All right, good afternoon. It is 22:43 UTC. This is John KN6TYF, and we're just doing a little bit of validation testing here on the RF kit and trying to more accurately measure IMD. And so we're set up for that now. We've got the anon with pure signal, which we can engage and disengage. That is set up to correct only the internal IMD of the transceiver. So just as an example, 160 into the dummy load. No pure signal. What are we looking at there? So not bad, minus 36, something like that. And then with pure signal engaged, we see that drop substantially. It's about minus 55 thereabouts. So that'll be the input IMD to the RF kit. We've got the spec AN pulled up on the computer. Unfortunately, that sampler only shows when the amp's in operate, but we'll take a look at the IMD both with and without pure signal correcting the input. So I think if we just take a look at the power here, all right, so to get basically 1500 on the dot out of the RF kit meter, that's a setting of 29 watts of drive, which is actually about 34 watts in. But if we send that now, we see the power meter reads 890 watts. It should be reading about 750 as a average reading meter. So we'll back that off. There's 750 about. I think what's going on perhaps is that something is saturating, because if we do 21 watts of CW power, I've got about 1300 out here according to the meter. Interesting, the current doesn't go up all that much. It's our limit here. Okay, that seems to be our limit. Yep. $53 watts in is gonna be our limit. See, I think that's actually like 2 kilowatt, because the average meter is reading 1.1 basically. Yeah. So we're looking for an average of 750. The display you're seeing in the pan adapter, that's from the built-in sampler to the anon itself. So that's just from the internal PA. And then the spec AN display in the lower left corner, that's what's coming out of the amp into the dummy load. Okay. So this-ish is about 23 watts in. That should be about 1500 out. All right, so we got about minus 25 there. Pure signal off is about minus 22 and a half. Minus 25. Minus 22 and a half. So about 3 dB degradation there with the input IMD. Very interesting. If we use a pulse, this meter should be able to pick up a pulse. See, that only says 12. Be 1500 watts there. That's minus 19 and then minus 20. Yeah, maybe minus 21. Thereabouts. So not great. Not terrible, not great. I suspect there's some IMD happening elsewhere. Could we see that? We also see some of the noise that's coming through from the amp. This big spur right here, this is from the Anon itself. There's a regulator inside that makes that noise, but this streams here, these are from the amp. So anyways, let's set our span nice and big. Wonder how large I can set this. Reload's getting out. So minus 22. It's going to be minus 28 dB PEP, which is probably acceptable. Not in love with that, but is what it is. Let's cruise on up to 40 meters. It's quite clean, actually. Our markers set. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's minus 31, thereabouts. And that's DBC. That's without pure signal input. Let's do that again. See the reading over here. All right, now we turn pure signal on the input. See the fifth order drops a little. The third order actually gets a hair worse. About minus 29. Okay, and then we turn it off. See it improve to about minus 30. Fascinating. Yeah, wow. All right, let's check 20. That's the one I was really interested in. It's 800 milliwatts in, 40 out. So let's find our power. 1350, 1400. Some fans on this dummy load.
Frequency.
Or maybe in the morning.
Yeah, that would be fine. What time in the morning?
Well, I've got a.
Makes sense. Frequency's busy.
Yeah, my bad. What's up?
Okay, so I'm on 7298.
What's that?
298.
727222999988888.
7298.033.
Okay. Are we here?
Yeah, I'm 7298.00.
Oh, I thought you said 033.
That's on the KFS.
Oh.
Okay, do you hear any echo at all?
Echo. Okay.
I got the headphones on, of course, but I mean the monitor was on.
Yes.
Oh, you are hearing? Are you hearing an echo?
Echo. Yes, I'm hearing.
Well, let's see if I can maybe fix that. Let's see. I don't know if this will work. Okay, WA6PBJ.
Okay, yeah, fixed.
So you were hearing that echo even though the gain was down. That means the Sennheiser picks up that.
Depends on how loud it is. Usually it's not too bad, but yeah.
Okay, so anyway. Okay, so what it is, I have the OKN60YF W6BBJ. I have the Hermes driving the 50 watt, driving the SB200. And like I told you, there's a Drake, so it happens to be an MN2000 at the output of, we'll call it, say, the SB200. But if the SB200 is turned off, then it's at the output of the Hermes. So do you understand what I'm saying, or is this over your head?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so we're going to assume that it's not over your head. So anyway, that gives me the idea that, whatever the coax is thereafter, whatever is connected, the rigs are at least thinking they're seeing 50 ohm. And whatever is connected afterwards is stable enough, it's breeze or something. So therefore they see 50 ohms. And so that's good, I think. Then that in turn drives the amplifiers. So there you go. And so that's kind of what I'm doing there. KN60YF WA6PBJ.
Okay, all right. I kind of remember yesterday. Let me think. So Hermes to the Ukrainian 50 watt. That was fine. But when you took that out of line, it's like the input to the SB200 had high SWR. And not just high, but it was changing. It was like going up and down and up and down and up and down. Did you find anything there? I know you talked about the coax on the bird, but I'm not sure if that would be part of it.
Well, yeah. There weren't no antenna really connected there.
Yeah, okay, all right. So forget about the tuner for a second. Just Hermes to SB. How's the input SWR look?
Well, how am I going to know?
Well, just put the Ukrainian amp in bypass and then drive the SB and see how it looks.
Oh, okay. Bypass the SB and see how it looks. Hey, stand by.
Bypass the 50 watt.
Okay, so we bypass 50 watt. It's about 1.5 to 1. About 1.5 to 1. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. All right. If you do a tune carrier at 0 dBm or 0 dB, whatever that slider is, all the way to the right on the tune, does it go up and down, or is it pretty stable?
Yeah, it's totally stable. It doesn't go up and down. What are you getting at? What are you trying to tell me?
No, I'm not trying to tell you anything. I'm just trying to understand, because that was one thing yesterday that I'm sure was totally screwing it up, is that it wasn't stable, and then therefore it was screwing everything else up. Okay, so having done that, sampler, the sampler with the attenuators that's not in now, right?
Right, that's out. Yeah, it's stable now. And I could tweak that down, and it reflects what the antenna is. Go ahead.
Well, doesn't the SB have a tuned input? Shouldn't it have a tuned input?
Well, it does have a tuned input.
Right, so if you're driving the SB, then you should really be seeing the tuned input, not the antenna SWR.
Can you stand by? I got to sign the radio. Just a minute.
All right.
Bye.
Copy.
Air KN6TYF, right? I've got a call. I got to take it, so I'll see you in a bit.
Okay, 7-3.
We didn't get a whole heck of a lot, just some stuff that we were
Bandwidth's
kind of talking about. So
Snuck out of here. I didn't see him leave.
Funny thing, I went to the...
KN6 TYF Kilo Norway 6 Tango Yankee Fox. Hello?
Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, that was Edward Jones. So, what do you're mind fricking me? What do you want?
Well, no, I was just suspecting that something was up with the input on the SB that was causing some weird stuff, but maybe it was just just that intermittent connection.
the amp wants to see, some power. If I don't have the Hermes in there, the 50 watter in there, it's like I'm going to go back to bed type of.
Yeah. Do you have the tune slider all the way to the right?
Yeah, the slider to the right.
All right.
Okay, so anyway, there you go. It's so, right now the Hermes is showing, no SWR at all, well, 1-to-1. So anyway, the antenna will realize I can't. I have trouble, and I'm not sure why this is, but I'm having trouble getting it below about 1.6, even with the tuner. So there's something there. I don't know. The legs are too close to the ground or something. Go ahead.
Well. I mean, if that shouldn't matter. You have a tuner. And a tuner should be able to get it to 1-to-1 pretty flat.
Well, you'd think so, but that's why I'm saying I'm not sure what's going on. I don't know what kind of impedance it's seeing. I'd have to put the rig expert on it and see what he's trying to tell me in the way of XLR kind of thing. So I haven't really done that. And no interest because 1.6, 1.5 to 1 with the tuner works just fine, boy.
Yeah, okay, I copy. Well, okay, all right.
So it's no big shakes, and the output right now on pure signal looks like a thin oleander leaf.
Yeah, that was the other thing. I remember seeing that graph, and it was like it looked backwards from what I would expect. But that was when the intermittent was there. Let me jump in real quick and look at that graph.
I'm having trouble with the Vox right now. I don't know why, but it's kicking in, so I increased it actually. I think that's right. Copy me?
Yeah, I'm copying you.
And act up, I don't know why. So I don't know what the deal is.
Okay, alright, well. I think 45 was too low of a threshold.
I've increased now.
That's too much now.
Okay, so it's about 42.
Let's go to waterfall. All right. I'm going to key this for a second and we'll set the threshold. Okay, so that should be good on the threshold then.
Okay, so we're talking now, and so far you're not keying it up.
All right, good.
The problem was you were talking and it would key up.
Yeah. Well, now we've got the... Did I key it up or did you?
You keyed it up again.
Okay, so we've applied a little bit more anti-Vox here, and
Okay, you're still keying it up.
Yeah, I got it. Check 1, 2.
Oh boy, it's still keying up. KN6TYF, WA6BBJ.
Yeah, I got it. Just give it a minute. Hold on. Hello, 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Hello. Well, what do you think?
Well, talk and let's see if you key it up.
All right, I've been talking for a while, trying to see if I can't get it to key up, and this is KN6TYF in Oakland. We're screwing around with the Vox, and that looks pretty good there.
Yeah, I think that'll be all right. Yeah. So, you increased the anti-Vox?
Yeah, that's correct.
Every time I come to you for help.
What about it every time?
Every time I come to your help, I can come to you for help in the way of simply wanting to have you deal with a cut that I got. But you're always wanting to do a proctology exam on me. I mean, you look at everything. What's that about?
Well, there's a lot there, so we're just going to back this up so it can go back in the future.
No, I think you just like to do the exam.
Do you use this low latency one at all?
This is the one I use usually.
Okay, I just put it back. I gotta pick up the phone real quick. 1 second.
KN6TYF, WA6PBJ.
Okay, WA6PBJ KN6TYF.
Yep, I'm here.
All right. So I think that's working okay. We could set it up for the low latency. I think we did at one point, but forget it. Just use the one that you're using.
Okay, you're breaking up now.
Yeah, I know. I gotta fix the box.
Well, you go on the village with that kind of problem, everybody will be fixing it for you.
That's how it goes. Okay, this should be a little bit better now.
You got to do this. Well, no, I've done that already. It doesn't work. What do you mean? Yeah, it doesn't work. I've done that too. Well, what do you suggest? Blah, blah, blah. All of a sudden, a big argument amongst themselves, all because of you.
Well, you know what's funny? Is the village is gone, and now it's the new village.
What, that mobile thing?
Oh, the taco truck? No. I mean, we are the new village.
Well, there's been some stuff going on there, I think.
Yeah, on the taco truck for sure. But
there's the remnants of the old village. It's like moving into a haunted house.
We'll agree to disagree on that one, but yeah.
The place has been known for years to being the village, and the owner died. Acres gone. There's no more money in the estate at all. There's the LLC basically being abandoned, and you come along and say, well, I always did like the veranda on this house, and I like the round turrets, so I'm going to go ahead and come in and sweep it up a bit. And that's all you've done. Before you know it, bang, bang, bang. Hello there, John. This is Jim. Oh, hi, Jim. How you doing? Well, I see you cleaning up the old place. Now, it's the same spooks was there before. They're spooks. They're dead, and they don't know it. Well, what have you gained?
I don't think it matters what was gained or what was lost. Just that it's there, and that's the point, really. But I get what you're saying. Take it under advisement.
But on the other hand, too, there is some could be some enjoyable QSO going on there. But invariably, it seems like it boils down to people just wanted to hear themselves.
Well, yeah, there's there's definitely a good amount of that happens sometimes, but what are you gonna do? A lot of radios that and I guess we just kind of learn to live with it.
Well, you avoid that kind of stuff. That's just learn to QSO with people. Learn to deal with the real world and not have to be a snot about it.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, get out there and call a CQ once in a while. Maybe you'll get a real operator.
Yeah, I do sometimes. Sometimes I don't feel much like Billy Joe on his first day as an operator. I mean, sometimes that's cool too, but yeah, I don't know. Just different folks.
Arcane 6QIFWA6BBJ. Well, knowing you, whether new to radio or otherwise, go like this. John in Oakland here in the foothills running on and on, and you're coming in pretty well. What are you running there? Well, I'm running, an ICOM 785 or 758, whatever, Pro 2. Oh, okay. Well, do you have your compression on? Let's see, John, let me check. Got it on. Well, probably no, but your compression, blah, blah. It does this, blah, 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 da, 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 yeah, blah, 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 blah. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah. Well, I run my compression at 2, and that's just what I do. Well, you don't want to run it at 2, blah, blah, da, da, yeah, blah, da, 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 da. You want to run it at 2.739. Did you get that? Yeah, John, I got that, 2.739. Let me write that down, 2.739. Okay, well, I'll remember that. Well, now to do that, you do this. Blah, blah, blah. My drift. Now you turn to perfectly decent QSO into a frickin' goddamn seminar. KN6TYF W6PBJ.
Damn, bro. You gotta look in the mirror.
What's this? Blah, 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 blah. Da, 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 yeah, blah, 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 blah. You see what I'm saying? It's so funny.
Well, the mirror doesn't doesn't lie. Oh, sheesh. Well, no, I mean, really. I try to keep it short enough. You know, maybe you don't get value out of it, but that doesn't mean another ham doesn't. Yeah, you're not the band police.
The old one, don't matter. We just throw that away, give it the goodwill. I give him the new suit. That's what I do. KN6TYF W6PBJ said that.
It's the band police. Watch out.
You have to admit that it's not too hard to get into a situation where you probably would be helping someone. I remember I carried on with somebody that was running a 7300 because they weren't really sounding as good as I know the rig could sound. And so we went down there, and and it was a good learning curve for him. He learned a lot, and I wasn't too verbose like you. I get to the point. KN6TYF W6PBJ.
Well, if this was, I don't know, like a commercial environment, the military, well, it don't matter. It don't matter why. Just do it. I'm telling you. So just do it. But that's not what it is. We're hams. You explore. You do it, and then you figure out why you do it. But my phone's ringing, so one sec. KN6TYF.
KN6TYF W6PBJ. We're just having some light banter here, just dinking around W6PBJ for those who are shocked and just surprised that I would be as blunt as a spoon. W6PBJ said that. Like him, blunt. That PBJ is an a-hole. What are we doing on SWR here? Looking good. Hermes is happy. Not doing much in the way of power here. All of maybe 30 watts, 40 watts peak.
Okay, KN6TYF.
W6PBJ.
All right, so I'm taking a little recording on the SDR because I'm like testing something here that I'm trying to hear. This is at 8,000. And this is at 16,000 now. This is KN6TYF, and we're looking at the filter shape, the shape factor of the transmit DSP filter. And then this is at 4,000. We went from 8 to 16 to 4, and we're listening for some ringing. And this is at 2,000 KN6TYF. Go ahead.
Made absolutely no difference. It didn't make a stinking squat difference except what's between your ears.
Yeah, okay, all right. Well, thanks for the input. I could see a difference on the pan adapter on the SDR, actually, but probably not much audibly.
So you're basically going below the radar again.
How's that?
Well, you're below the radar. People don't know. It's down in the noise, 70, 80 dB level, down in the noise. People don't know. Well, I made it better. I went from 70 dB to 67 dB.
Back in my day, we ran Spark Gap, and it was fine.
Yeah, that's exactly right, and it worked fine. It was easy to tune. It covered about 2 megahertz.
Just your tuning knob just says 40 on it.
Imagine that's about what it was, and then they would use coils and capacitors to bring it on down, and then they would really get a big old spark.
Yeah.
Turn it to a resonant antenna, and man, they would go dang, 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 you know, like a Frankenstein movie.
Well, that's kind of a trip. I hear they have an old Alexanderson, something like that, old spark gap transmitter, I think in Sweden, that they put on the air on long wave every year. It's like an annual event. You ever read anything about that one?
No, I haven't. But I remember W6BBJ. I remember maybe 3 or 4 months ago I was on, and it was like on a Saturday, and there was some kind of event going on at one frequency. It wasn't a contest. And a fellow back in the Carolinas, I'm believing it was, I don't think it was Pennsylvania, but anyway, he had permission to connect up to what was a Voice of America international transmitting site that the school bought. They bought this transmitting site, and he was transmitting on that.
Yeah, that sounds like fun. Imagine a big Sturba curtain. Something ridiculous. Although I imagine it'd also be like a laser beam.
I think the thing had a forward gain of about 22 dB, and could be tuned. It was a tunable system. It was quite elaborate, I guess. In fact, include even tracking on railroad tracks.
Wow.
That was back in those days, you know, you're talking about the Cold War.
Yeah. I think I watched a YouTube video, something like that, kind of on that topic, showing the big steerable array on the tracks. And then also I've seen a few videos about the old woodpecker radar.
Oh yeah, Soviet Union.
Yeah, imagine hooking up your ham transmitter to that, 50 kilowatt or something.
Well, that interesting. They had, I don't know, a megawatt or 2 or whatever radar over the horizon radar system, and you could read about it or know about it in the YouTube, for example. And a number of rays, it would be series parallel kind of thing, and it was a big steerable thing. Back in the day when they were spending the hard-earned money of the local farmers and people trying to make a living out of milking a cow and making a metal pot, at the factory where they never can sell their metal pots because they were having to buy within the country and they didn't export. So they just keep making these metal pots and piling them up year after year, and the government would buy them. That was the closed system they had. But anyway, milking the people and spending money on that kind of stuff. KN6TYF WA6PBJ.
Yeah, I was just reflecting on how little that's actually changed. Just the toys have gotten bigger. The toys for the armed services, and more expensive.
No. Oh, that's the scary part. Think about it. What you just said. What did you just say?
I said it ain't changed that much.
Think about it. Yeah, they've gotten more expensive in terms of their higher tech, but think about it. What's the high tech now? These frickin' drones, $500 worth of cardboard. They carry a grenade or two with, I don't know, us for bombing and so on. And they wiped out a $2 or $3 million antenna jamming system.
Yeah. Well, that's yeah, that is kind of scary.
I mean, think about it. That's the epitome. Really about let's go to war. What the hell? It ain't going to cost us but $100. I mean, it's getting to the point where, eventually, I'd imagine there'll be androids out there fighting, and I don't know. Think about it. There'll be a bunch of robots.
Robots fighting robots. So who wins? Whoever can make the most robots for the longest?
Well, ironically speaking, that certainly is a good question, and it raises the matter of and for how long do they stay a winner? Now you got the one-upsmanship, and where does it stop? It does raise a question as to whether we're pushing the curve that way. The other thought on this is that the way I know it, I was never in ROTC or never in the military, but my thought has been that an objective in war can be to take over the industry and occupy, or at least eventually plan on it. And so you have that industrial resource added to your
KN6TYF
to establish your empire or whatever. You don't go in and level everything and destroy everything, scorched earth type of thing. It doesn't bring back anything really in terms of any value. And as a matter of fact, scorched earth can include maybe the destruction of mine shafts and so on that now are difficult to get at. So you've just shot yourself in the foot. So what I'm saying is that a war gets to a point of manipulating, controlling how to take over the area, and perhaps with not even having to fight. What I would say would be a desirable objective, it seems to me. Anyway, I got to take a break. I'll be back. KN6TYF WA6PBJ.
All right. Drop me a note or something. 73 WA6PBJ KN6TYF.
W3DV1.
Hey.
Yeah, hey John, how's it going?
Okay, I just remembered to turn my amp on. You probably hear me better now.
Substantially.
Yeah, Dave was coming in kind of weak. I was just copying him there. Does he not have his amp on or something? Or is it just conditions?
No, I think he's just low power.
Did you say there was some problem with his Ameritron amp again?
Yeah, that's out of commission. And not super likely to be back in service anytime soon, I suspect.
Yeah, it's too bad. That's, as I mentioned, I had fixed one of those. You had said something about maybe I should let him know how I fixed mine or something, but I don't know if he's got the same problem. I do have some photos I took when I replaced the FET on the board there. I don't know if he'd be interested in that, if he's going to attempt it himself or not.
Well, maybe he'll be back and we'll hear him. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I just happened to catch you at the end of the conversation there. I did catch you mentioning about the using drones in warfare, and I tell you what worries me is, with all the mass shootings and stuff. I don't mean in war. I mean in our society that they're going to start using civilian drones, homemade drones, modified, commercial little drones that anyone can buy. And they're going to start weaponizing drones, and they're going to show up in, instead of mass shootings, we're going to have drone attacks and stuff. That's kind of scary.
Yeah, that's really scary, actually. And they are getting cheaper and more capable than ever, like at a very quick pace. Yeah. I do know that the most recent drones, like in the past year, I think, they're starting to come with some form of like control override or identification, something like that. So the theory being like law enforcement maybe can make it go away. I don't know. But that is a future I don't really want to be part of. We start seeing drones like fall out of the sky and all this.
I worry. I mean, big concert venues, Super Bowl venues, any open air kind of thing. I mean, you're sitting ducks for whatever some crazy individual might do. Maybe we shouldn't talk about it. We give people ideas. I mean, but I don't see how it's not going to go that way. And they do have licensing requirements now for drones over a certain size and capability. So maybe they're going to try to register them and have, or you'd have to have some kind of kill. Law enforcement might have to have some kind of kill switch they can activate. I don't know. It's just scary. You see how these things have taken over warfare, in Ukraine and whatnot, and how long is it going to be before that stuff starts getting weaponized for other nefarious uses that are not even war? It's just scary. Okay, well, I'll let you go. If Dave shows up, if he wants
He's giving me an idea.
wants some photos of how to replace the active elements there in the Ameritron, I guess he can let me know, or you can let me know, and I could send him photos. Or I don't know if he'd want to attempt it. Maybe he'd want to look at the photos first and see if he'd be willing to attempt it. There'll be a 3D VY.
No, you've given me ideas, and now I'm going to go out and get a bunch of weapons.
Okay, you don't want to fix the Ameritron. You want to get a drone now.
Yeah, I want to get a drone that's going to carry a nuke.
Well, even a hand grenade or another smaller package could be pretty bad.
Yeah, isn't it something, nice to hear you there, Dan, isn't it something that, or John, they're talking about cardboard drones, $500 piece of equipment, being able to drop a grenade on a $7 million anti-radar system. What do you think of that?
Well, it's asymmetrical warfare, and that's where it's headed. I mean, and why, if the drones basically they're disposable, then why go with any kind of expensive materials they only have to run for a few minutes before they're going to get blown out of the sky, probably.
Well, I don't know about blowing out of the sky. They're working on that too, obviously. But interesting change in warfare and the way it's going. We were talking about this guy John there in Oakland. He and I were talking about robots doing all the war in the future, and we got to a point where we're talking about it. We thought, that really, ultimately, it's like, well, for heaven's sake, children and geriatric people and so on in the war. Well, if that's not going to happen, what's the joy in it? They're over.
That's a pretty perverse way of looking at it, but I don't know. Right now they're using drones and robots to kill people because they want to destroy the enemy's will to fight. But I guess you could just say let's fight all future wars in the middle of the Sahara Desert. Your robot against my robot, and whoever wins, and stop killing each other. I don't know. I think people like killing each other too much to do that.
Well, for sure, the average man could give a flying, you know what, want to watch a TV movie or something on the air and things like that, and that's the John in Oakland. They just want to, people just want to have some fun, but it's the nefarious, as your words, or the despots get into the situation and say, well, that ain't fun for me. I'm way beyond that. That's not how I spell fun. And the way I spell it is as measured, blah, blah, blah. And anyway, so I don't know how that genetic seed got planted, but I think it came probably from John in East Oakland, somewhere in his food chain. John, do you think so?
No, I sure don't. Have you noticed, by the way, different topic for a second, there's been some QRMer recently who's like taping people and playing them back really bad on 40 meters?
Have I? Well, kind of like.
Yeah, so I just saw this person doing it, and I saw, I was looking at his signal, and I saw a signal that I haven't seen in a little while, and that's a signal that appears on 3 frequencies at once.
Okay. Well, we've got one other person on frequency. It's nice to remember that we've got somebody else here, and I'm remembering him. His name is John, and he's in Danville. Go ahead.
Well,
I haven't heard what you're describing. I also haven't seen the 3 frequencies. Are these 3 frequencies right near each other? Are they spread across one band? Are they multiple? Exactly what have you seen?
Yeah, they are all within one band. They're separated by, 8 or 10 kilohertz. And actually, it's more than 3, but you usually can only see 2 or 3 images. And that's what they are. They're images of a transmitted signal happening elsewhere. And yes, Dave, I know there's 2 other people on frequency. It was a short transmission. In fact, I think it was maybe only 10% the length of yours. So I was just musing on that, that's all. Anyways, Dave, do you remember who else we saw that had a similar kind of artifact?
Well, I saw somebody on 20 meters doing that, and it sounded like a legitimate QSO. The guy was transmitting and sharing and so on, and then he would turn it over, and you'd hear nothing. There was no station that would come back, and he'd come back and saying, okay, such and saw a QSO. And that's what I heard. Interesting. There you go.
Hello, John.
Hey, Nick.
Yeah, I heard that signal the other day. Some guy cutting in, and I think he recorded you and a few other people, and yeah, it was horrible at best.
Yeah, that's the one. I think that's actually somebody we know, because I'm just saying the signature of the signal on the waterfall or whatever, it's like pretty distinct.
Yeah, I was trying to look myself, and I really couldn't. I don't know. They were doing it too quick, covering up two signals at once. It was hard to see it. But anyways, KE7INV, Northern Nevada.
Yeah, we also have
BJ here in Grass Valley. How you doing?
You guys doubled there. Say again?
Yeah, how you doing, INV in Nevada?
Doing good. And see, I forget where you're at. I forget where you're at. You're somewhere in California.
Yep, Grass Valley. Just saying hello. Nice to hear you. Dave in Grass Valley, 40 miles northeast of Sacramento. We also have Dan. Oh, John. John, are you copying him?
Oh yeah, I hear Nick. He's real strong signal. This is John in Danville.
Oh, hello, John in Danville. Yeah, you got a good signal as well. Good sounding station, and very nice meeting you there. Over.
Fine, Nick. And you're talking about this strange signal that's got a unique signature, and it's recording and playing back. Well, if you can identify the signature and keep a note of that, that's a real good way to put a stop to this stuff. Is if you at some point let the person know that you know who they are. I think it makes it less likely that they're going to keep up with the shenanigans that go on sometimes.
Maybe, but I think this person is a professional shenaniganer.
How are you going to get a signature? What? You're going to ask them to give them a bank draft and have them sign it?
No. Just it's good evidence.
Are you going to just give them a draft and say, "Will you sign this blank check"?
No, every time they keep their radio, they're signing.
Well, if you can identify that and pin it and let them know that you know who he is, then maybe you can put a stop to it. I don't know. W3DVY.
W6PBJ?
E7INV.
K6TYF.
John,
what are we running here? What? We got to start telling each other what are we running. That's part of Hammy Bone Radio.
Well, before we do that, Nick said he had a quick question.
How do you get to the low latency or in the setup menu, man? I couldn't find that thing for the life of me. I was going to try to put it on the other setting, and I forget what it was. But anyway.
Yeah, I'll send you a text about that, because I know people were chatting about it yesterday, and I don't think it's good to be mucking around in there. There's very specific settings that work great, and if you deviate from that, there's penalties for that. So I'll show you a text about it.
Okay, maybe I won't mess with it. And I don't know. I heard some other stuff too. I just wanted to find it, let alone find it. But anyways, I'll let you guys pick it up, and I'll listen in.
Tell them where that is. What's the menu?
Well, it's setup, and then DSP, and then options, right? Your RX should be 64, 4096, and low latency, and your TX, depending, should be no longer than 4096, and a lot of times I run it in low latency. Just to broaden the scope a little bit, what we're talking about is the DSP filter type. That's FIR filters or IIR filters, and the low latency FIR filters cut down really substantially on the latency, which is the enemy of all SDRs. If you sit around on a frequency where everyone's running SDRs, you probably notice they double on each other a lot. And a lot of that is because there's this mistaken belief that you got to run low latency filters and they got to be super brick wall sharp. And they don't. They just don't have to be. So that's my take on it. The Flex has adjustment for this. And in the newest version of Flex, they kind of mucked around a little and optimized it. And yeah, that's it. KN6TOF, that's it for the Tech Talk.
That was interesting.
It always is.
Oh, did you get that where it is? It's DSP and options.
Yep.
Okay,
But anyways, I thought there was another area where we changed it, but yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, take a picture, back it up. That is the only place, really. Now, the sample rate that you're using also can affect this a little bit. But if you're on, you know, that's a conversation we have to have another time because we got to drill down.
Let's move forward.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's a good question, and that would be something to pursue. But apparently, it's got to be a one-on-one. And speaking of one-on-one, John and Danville, wake up.
I'm here. I'm just listening. I don't have an anon or so I'm just listening. I did have a question for you though, Dave, and I'm sorry to bring this up if it's a sore point, but I heard from John that your Meritron amp bit the dust again. Just wanted to know if you want me to send you the photos I have from the time I replaced the FET and when I popped one of them on mine. Just if you're interested, let me know. I'll email you the photos, whatever. If you're not interested, just drop it. No problem. I don't want to bring up a sore point either. W3DVY.
Oh yeah, thank you for bringing that up. It's history. I threw that in with the Friday night trash pickup. The ALS is history.
Okay, well, I think that's a good solution, actually. After I popped the one on mine, I really concluded that the amp is you can't really run it anywhere near its rating. So I repaired it in 2019. It's run fine ever since. I have it in Florida. I don't have it at this station. It's in my Florida station there, and haven't had any trouble with it since. But I won't run it on FT8 any more than 300 watts. Because I was running it at 400 watts when I blew the FET the first time, and the thing's rated 1200 watts, but even on single sideband I keep it under 900, and I haven't had any trouble since. But the Meritron stuff, it's just poor quality assembly, which I could see when I took it apart, and very bad solder joints. They didn't really attach the transistor, the FET, to the heat sink. You can see that it wasn't really polished underneath and ground down flat, and there was dirt under there. I mean, it's just poor, fairly simple-minded design and poor execution when they build them. So I think throwing it in the dumpster was probably a good solution there, Dave. W3DVY.
Yeah, W3DBY in a group, W6PBJ. Well, I appreciate it. No, my plan going forward to someday when I get religion on it, I'll buy the matched quad, from Ameritron, and I'll go ahead and install the chips. Probably will turn around and sell the thing. I'm not sure. But there's too much in my radio experience. There's too much dinking around and too much opportunity to do something wrong. Like a patch cable's not fastened down well enough, or that patch cable should have been cut up because it's bad, or whatever it might be. There's just too much opportunity for that, and that I'm an experimentalist, and the amplifier doesn't bode well it is not. It's just not suited, I think, for my application. So there you go. Well, back to you. Then kick it around. W3DVY in a group. WA6PBJ.
Okay, Dave. Well, if you are going to attempt it, I will send you the couple of photos I have of doing it, just to give you a flavor for what it's like. And yeah, I think the Ameritron, it's extremely sensitive to any kind of a bad connection in your antenna connections, or if a tree branch hits, your antenna, anything that would cause a spike or a change in the impedance of the antenna, and et cetera. It's going to fail. It's got protection circuits, but I don't think they're very good. I think it's too easily damaged. It's not conservatively rated. It's not well constructed. So yeah, if I were you, I would patch it up the cheapest way you can and sell the things or dump it. I'm just keeping mine until it dies. I'll use it as a backup. I'll replace it someday with something more reliable. But anyway, is your email address okay on QRZ, Dave?
Yeah, it's Orgoblow as an organ blower company, ORGOBLO @yahoo.com. By the way, I just got an image here from John there in Oakland, and he shows me an image. It looks like it's the photograph of that jammer. My goodness, I don't know, I might have that wrong. Back to you there, John and Danville.
Okay, yeah, I'm done. I'll pass it over to John in Oakland. And hello there, Nick. Nice meeting you. If we don't talk again, W7NIK and Carson City, Nevada. I'll pass it over to John, though, from W3DVY.
Yeah, W3DVY, KE7INV, WA6PBJ, KN6TYF in the group. Yeah, that is an image of the jammer. They were on 7.200 earlier. And yeah, like I said, only one radio I know of that has that spectral signature. But who knows? It doesn't really matter. Just first time they were that strong that I could see what the deal was. So I have my suspicions, and that's where they'll stay. As far as the filters and stuff go, like I kind of alluded to in the more recent Flex updates, I think 3.4 and later, Flex actually tweaked the filters a little bit, and in versions going back for a while, you had the ability to change actually the filters from sharpest to least sharp, which would increase and decrease the latency. If you're running a later version, you don't really need to, because they've already gone through and optimized it, and hopefully we'll keep the doubling to a minimum. Yeah, other than that, on the Anon, on the RF kit, and it's working good. It's working well, rather. And Dave, I hope at some point you get to muck around with, big LD MOS amp, because the protections are a lot smarter. I think it'd be a lot harder to blow one up. Over to Nick, I guess, K7INV.
Yeah, very good. And I heard NIK in there. Haven't heard his call in a bit. So, yeah, very good. Yeah, I got to say the OM does have some pretty good protection in it, too, as far as hot shift, switching and, that kind of thing. It'll shut right down. Even if you have it tuned wrong, it'll shut right down. So, pretty good thing for me, anyway. Makes you be on your toes with your amplifier.
Yeah, was that Nikki? Is Nikki in there?
I thought I heard him in there. He said NIK.
Oh, I think that was me. I got my Nicks mixed up, Nick. sorry, KE7INV, Nick. I think I'm the one who used the other Nick's call sign there for you. I made a mistake there. W3DVY.
Good. Okay. Yeah, sorry for the confusion there.
Well, what's your call?
Me?
Yeah.
7INV.
Well, that's not a real call. You're a bootlegger.
No, it's a real call, believe it or not.
Well, now, would a real call have a picture of a nice little boy and a beautiful wife and his QRZ page?
Yeah, that's my beautiful wife and kid. Why not?
Wow. You are one fortunate man. Very, very nice family. DBJ.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, she's a pretty lady, that's for sure. I did get lucky.
Oh, look at that. You're into some kind of wicked machines that tear up the countryside.
Yeah, that's my X3 turbo 210 horse. That thing gets with the program.
Is it a side-by-side?
Desert destroying wildlife.
Wow.
Do 110. It's got 27 inches of wheel travel. Pretty nice machine, man.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
Drive that and not cause a problem with people unless you own all of that property there.
Yep, I'm on 160 of them.
Wow, you got 160 acres out there? Holy mackerel, you are one lonely guy.
Yeah, and I like it that way.
Wow, how nice that is. Wow. So you are where, like as in nowhere, Nevada?
Yeah, pretty much. Little town called Lovelock. I'm 8 miles out of town.
How about that? Yeah, I probably passed you on my way to, I don't know, Salt Lake City.
Oh, yeah, you definitely did. Yeah, I live out where the ranches are. I live in the ranches area.
Wow, how nice, Nick. That's pretty cool. Now, Dan and Johnville, did you sign?
I'm still here. I'm just listening. I'm envious of Nick. All that room. My house. I am 15 feet away from the house on either side of me, and I have about 15 feet behind the house where all my antennas have to go. So I'm just jealous. It's so restrictive here, and this living in civilization with everybody packed in around you. It's really tough to operate a ham radio station. W3DVY.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, I used to live in a subdivision. Actually, I built the subdivision I lived in. So anyways, once I did that, I moved out here and kind of spread my wings a little bit, you know?
That's pretty cool. Now, Nick, you got to tell us about the flying saucers that you're landing out there.
Well, you know, you see some strange things out here in the sky. And we have no lights out here, so yeah, the skies are pretty beautiful.
Wow, how about that? Are you getting it? John, his website shows his site.
I'll have to go look.
I think you've seen it already, John.
Yeah, probably. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it looks nice. I mean, your radio room alone looks like you got a nice amount of space there. As I'd imagine, you built the thing.
Oh, yeah, I built it. Took me 8 weeks to frame it up, man. That's the longest frame I've had. Normally, I can frame most houses up in a week.
All right, so when I need a house built, you're the guy I should call?
I've been doing it my whole life, man. That's where I made all my money, in Douglas County. That's where I lived in Lake Tahoe, did a ton of work up there, you know what I mean? So that's the kind of quality I did.
Well, I'm just a poor renter, but hopefully not forever.
Yeah, hey, I've been lucky,
tower?
man. I've never had a mortgage. I've always built everything I lived in.
Is that a high tower there?
Yeah, I'm talking on it right now.
Oh, that's an old-fashioned high-gain high tower.
Yeah, it works good though, man. No tuner and work goes anywhere.
Well, yeah, I would. Beautiful. Did you do radials on that?
Yeah, I'm getting there. Hey, honestly though, with just the 8 ground rods that are around it is good enough. I think I'm up to 80 ground wires now. Whenever I get wire, I just throw it on there, but I don't think it made a difference, to be honest with you.
Man,
They're not supposed to require radials.
I think you should put in a Flex 6600. You know, you can have 8 slices, big remote receiver. You got a great location. Man, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, hey, an interesting fact, air traffic control, the antenna for that, for the western side, is located in Lovelock here, so obviously it's a good place to transmit from, or at least listen.
Ah, so I'm thinking a big remote setup, you know, like those super stations. I mean, people are doing it and then they rent it out on remote hams at like $2 a minute or something.
Yeah, I've heard that, you know. I've heard people doing that. You should do it.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell Dave too. I think he has the space to do it.
Who does?
You.
Me?
Yeah, you. That's what I said. You got space. You got big antennas. You already have a Flex, for crying out loud.
Yeah, but I got a bunch of California oaks all over. This is Sierra Nevada foothills. This isn't out there in the desert where it looks like they had a nuclear war back in about 5,000 years before Christ.
My brother in Christ. That's not what I'm saying.
How do you advertise, you know, to get customers?
Well, if you look, let me double check what that is. I'm pretty sure it's, hold on.
Hey, and I got everything. I got my own internet, my own land, you know what I mean? Even the internet's mine, so that's killer.
Yeah, remotehamradio.com.
Oh, I've heard of that. I thought it was a software for your own station, but yeah, okay, I get it.
Okay, that's remote hams. That's remote hams, but remote ham radio, they charge you $20 a month plus airtime, or $100 a year plus airtime. That gets you access to 20 stations that are all legal limit. You know, rotatable beams, stacked beams, arrays, you know, everything, and they're all built on top of Flexes.
Huh, yeah, and that would be easy with the Flex, so that's crazy, man.
I think they usually build out their own stations, but you know, you could always drop them a note and be like, hey, I got a big location here. I'm looking to generate some passive income. What do you think? Either that or build out your own setup. I don't think it'd be that hard.
No, it'd be easy to do. Hey, I wonder what the revenue would be on something like that a year, you know?
Yeah. I do know that the locations that have, like the coastal locations like Maine, especially going into Europe and stuff, the ones with like big antennas, they're going for $1.25 a minute, and I heard that some people will even like prepay to rent out a superstation like that for an entire weekend for a certain contests and stuff. Like on this one, on 80 meters, there's a 5-element a 5-element wire at 150 feet beaming towards the EU. 40 meters has a 4-element. 20 meters has 3 stacked 5-element. You know, it's just nuts.
That's pretty interesting. Never really thought about that, actually.
Well, in other words, you'd basically get onto those stations.
What was that?
you'd basically get onto those stations and dink around and operate it and be impressed with the reports you get and what walk away smelling like a rose or a turd or what? What's the bottom line here?
Well, I don't know. Maybe you would make the number one report on the contest that you wouldn't be able to do from your own house.
Wire here, so it might not be your direction, but it seems to be hitting the half moon.
Well, you can see by my silence that I'm stunned into submission.
Well, I don't do contests much, but I know some people do. What about you, John? Do you do any contests?
No, I don't do any contesting. I've occasionally done the IOTA Islands on the Air just because I was looking for more contacts for the Islands on the Air just to get some contacts, but I don't really do it. And thanks for that link there, John, on YouTube. Okay, I'm pausing to listen to myself on your YouTube link there. Thanks, John. That's pretty neat. When did you set that up?
Oh, that was a couple days ago. It's just dinking around, seeing how it works. Figure it's a nice way to demo Thetis to people. You know, not only can they see it, but they can hear it. Also, if we're working on someone's audio, then they can hear it themselves.
That is really neat. I was just surprised to see that come in. I called it up. The only trouble is I'm trying to listen to both that version and the live version. A little bit of lag time in there, but the latency seems to vary. Sometimes it's fairly short, and sometimes it stretches out. Maybe it's something with my internet. I don't know. W3DVY.
Yeah, you could blame YouTube for that. All that latency that's on their end. I wish I could make it shorter, but cannot.
Are you shooting your computer to do that?
That's the first time I've seen something like that. You're an innovative guy.
Oh, thanks. You got that, Dave? Innovative.
You mean Dave called you something else?
Don't go inflate his ego. No, Nick, you asked a question.
Yeah, I don't think you're running a camera to do that. You're like screen shooting the monitor somehow. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, that's it. That's why it's nice and sharp. You know, it's directly capturing the pixels. No cameras required. It's great.
Yeah, that's pretty cool how you did that.
So basically what it is I could throw away my receiver if I had separate, so I could just tune into you and expect you to send me what I'm hearing on your receiver and your antenna. I don't need a receiver anymore, right?
Yeah, there you go. That's it. Just throw it in the trash. But who has separates today?
Yeah, what does that mean anyway?
I mean, you know, there are generations and generations of hams that never knew that.
I think he wants to turn into a listener only.
Oh, SWL.
Do you remember the days of separates?
That might benefit all of us.
You guys don't remember the days when you had a separate receiver and a separate transmitter?
Kind of wish we did today.
Yeah, that might be cool.
Who's bullshit?
I mean, when I was running the Kenwood, that's kind of how I work, because I did all the receiving on my SDR that was driven off the Kenwood, so I'd receive on the computer and then transmit from the radio itself.
Oh, it's not the same thing.
Why not? It's exactly the same thing.
No, separates was like an SX101 receiver on one end of the table and an HT37 maybe in the center and an HT33A on the end and I don't know, a little Nixie tube screen scanner to tell you a frequency and I don't know, one of them seeing eyes to tell you if you're overmodulating and a little 3-inch speaker for receiving.
Yeah, that's what I said. Just instead of an SX100, I just used a computer, you know?
Yeah, it's not the same thing. It's not tubes.
Well, it's got a Nixie tube display. No, really, I do.
W6PBJ and the group, such as it is.
Yeah, CAN6 TYF. Well, did you ever actually pull that up there, Dave?
The other day you gave me a link, and I did, and to people.
Yeah, okay. I missed that a little bit because my box tripped, but...
All you got to do is just tape the guy. You don't have to, well, no, here's a link, you can hear yourself talk and then go in there and blah, blah, hear yourself talk like baloney. Just tape the guy and play it back.
Nah, that's boring.
But the beauty is you could keep the tape and jam somebody with it.
I suppose that's true.
Speaking of jammers, let me see the picture that you took of it.
Nick, you're an amazing guy. My hat's off to you, man. Boy, talk about gonads being out to 160 acres. I got all the tin here. And by the way, I'm curious to know there, Nick, if are you reading me, Nick, over?
Yeah, I'm reading you, no problem.
Okay, so I'm curious, you probably do, or maybe you don't, but I'm curious, do you have fire insurance? And I wonder what it runs you out there. Who would underwrite your place for fire there, Nick? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I have fire insurance. I have full coverage, and I have to keep the property clear. I clear 100 feet at minimum around the whole house. So, and I have fire protection in the house as well.
Okay, so I don't want to drill down too much on this. Just for giggles, is the response time about 45 minutes for the fire department to get there?
No. It's about 8 minutes. My kid's on the fire department. I used to be on the fire department. But anyways, the house has a sprinkler system in it as well. So anything over 5,000 square feet in the state of Nevada has to have a sprinkler system.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I remember that was the same way in Scottsdale. We had... I don't remember. The house was something like 35. And then we added a second house on the property for my in-laws, and it came out to be, something about 5,200 feet. So, yeah, for sure, the second house had to have sprinklers. The older house did not. We didn't have to upbring that. I'm glad of that. But the new construction needed to have sprinklers. That's and that was in Scottsdale. It ain't no 8 minutes from a fire station. Go ahead.
The files from the ailing computer.
I'm surprised they did that. It's usually per structure. You know what I mean? So if they're under 5,000, I'm surprised they made you do it, no matter if it was over the limit on the property or not. But anyways. Yeah, it is a deal. And anyways, this place here, I'm about 11,000 square feet all under one roof, including the garage area, you know.
Oh, yeah, 11,000 square feet would work for me. That would work for me. I'm a widower, and I have Jack Russells and 3 kitty cats. I think maybe 11,000 would work. Do you think I'd be pushing it?
Dang, I want to sell it and build a smaller house.
I bet you could rent that out there in the middle of nowhere for probably about $100 a month and just move into a little modular nearby.
Yeah, maybe so. I've had some pretty good offers on it. I should have took it. And hunting season, I should rent it out as a bed and breakfast because this is a big area for hunting, you know.
Yeah, I have no idea what property values are out there, but I'd imagine, you're looking at probably about $3 million.
Not that much, but close to it. Yeah, this area's the prices are down a little compared to like Reno, but nonetheless, man, they'll pay it only because it's remote, Yeah,
well, I'm happy for you there, Nick. You did good. Good for you, my friend, and a guy that's worked hard for his wages. Good for you. Okay, let's see. Who does it go over to? That deadbeat in Oakland, I think. What's his call? Oh, yeah. KN6TYF, the group WA6P. They said that.
Well, it's not very nice. Nick, I sent you the picture. You can see what we're talking about there. You see it's kind of distinctive. Yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do. We gotta get out of Oakland, man. I'm just over it. So I'm just gonna moan about it. Not a whole lot to add. You guys are going. Keep going. KN6TYF in the group.
Well, speaking of getting out, I think John in Danville, I guess you keep that place and rent it out, and then you go back east, or do you sell it?
I don't know. I have a place in each state, and I just go back and forth. We don't do any renting or anything. I don't want to generate any income in California. That's for sure. Dave, I sent you some photos. I was putting them together here while you guys were talking. Let me know if you didn't get them. So if I made a mistake or something with the address. And I copied you, John, too, just in case Dave asked you a question about it. W3DVY.
Yeah, okay, got it here. You're doing good. Well, I'm going to say 73, so it's about time for me to start jamming. I mean, cooking. Yeah. What am I talking about? It's about time for me to cook. Yeah. How do I connect the dots from jamming to cooking? I don't know. Maybe I'll put jam on my pork and cook it that way. So I'm going to say 73, guys. Take care. Nice talking to you, Nick. What a pleasure. And the guy in Oakland, John, and my friend there in Danville, John. 73, guys, take care. I'll turn it over there to Nick. KE7INV in the group, WA6P.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, good hearing everybody. And the other John there, I didn't get to hear too much of him, so maybe he'll chime in here. Good hearing everybody. Thanks for the QSO. I'm going to listen in here for a bit, and I will throw it over to the other John. I didn't get his call. It's not... Is the other John on frequency?
Yeah, this is John in Danville. It's Whiskey 3 Delta Yankee, W3DVY. And nice meeting you there, Nick. I really your QIZ page and your 160 acres, and boy, do you make us jealous. The people that were stuck on these little postage stamp lots with barely a strip of dirt 5 feet wide around the house before there's a fence and another house over the other side of the fence. It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. But that's California, at least a part of California I can afford to stay in. And 73 said, Dave, I have to run too. We generally eat dinner fairly early around here. It's already past 5, so I'm late. I'm late for turning on the grill and getting something cooked up for the wife and I. 73s and John, that YouTube thing you got there, that is amazing. You always surprise me there, John. That is really, really neat. Does that run 24/7, John, or is it only running? You only have the radio on certain hours of the day, or is that on all the time? Maybe you could let me know in the next go round. I'll I'll be listening out and saying 73. W3 DVY will be clear.
5:30.
Yeah, W3 DVY KN6TYF. Yeah, it is right now. It's not on all the time. It's on maybe 18 hours, 12 hours, usually when I'm operating. I'd be okay leaving it on all the time. I just don't know what frequency I would want to park it on. You know, there's not that much activity after midnight, so I tend to turn it off and try and, if I'm just listening, you know, tune it around some interesting conversation. Stuff I do have running 24/7 though. I've got other SDRs here, including a sometimes publicly accessible receiver that you can tune yourself, like one of the ones from SDR Play, the RSPs or the AirSpy. Sometimes even the Flex is on and accessible. So, you know, we have pretty good location here. Most of the time it's low noise unless the something is cropped up for the neighbors, which, knock on wood, hasn't been too bad lately. I'm not sure if whatever was making a big racket just died or it went away, but it's been quiet. So, yeah, 7.3s everyone. Gonna scout around on 40 meters, see what's going on. KN6TYF, nice chatting with everyone. 7.3.
The lower propeller areas there, so I always check that out. And you were going to do that as well.
7.3, John, and good hearing you. I think I'm going to do the same now. I'm about ready for some dinner, actually. And, John, if you're still listening, hey, man, I lived in the same thing, man. Neighbor was right there. But now we don't have neighbors. It's kind of nice. So, all right, my friend, everybody have a great day. K7INV, QSY to the kitchen.
It sounds like when it does that, it means I'm underdrive my amp, which I kind of am. I'm not driving it real hard right now. Well, 1400 watts, but so I don't know. I have to figure it out. But what's weird though was your signal in the waterfall looked really, really good. Like it's basically, you know, like brick wall there. So not sure. That's interesting because if you typically you turn pure signal off, you can see kind of like a little growth around the edges there, and I didn't see any of that on your signal there.
And 6TYF.
Hey, there's John. Maybe John can explain that. Hey, John, I was just, I had my pure signal off inadvertently, and it was a very clean signal according to Greg's waterfall. Then I turned it on, and it's still clean, but how do I explain the really nice, clear brick wall on without pure signal? How do I explain that?
Yeah, well, you know, a solid state LD MOS driven at a low level before it's, you know, reaching saturation, it'll be pretty clean, maybe minus 30, 32, 35, something like that. Just as an example, I'm not sure how strong you're hearing me, Craig, but, you know, look at this signal here. It's pretty clean. It's pretty darn clean. You know, and I'm still driving this to legal limit. If I back off just a few watts, it cleans up substantially. Like right here, we're doing 1200 out, and you can barely see anything.
I didn't see anything on your signal, John. You're about an S9, but Scott was 25/9, and I didn't see, Scott, there's no difference whatsoever between on and off. Do me a favor, Scott, shut off your pure signal and give me some audio. I zoomed in pretty close on the waterfall here, and I want to see if I notice much difference. Actually, just when you're talking, shut off pure signal, and I want to see if I can see anything.
Okay, and 6RRV, pure signal is now in the off position, 1, 2, 3, off position. Now I'm going to turn it on, stand by. Signal is now on. It is now on. I notice a difference in my on my waterfall. I can see the difference when I turn it on. It's a little bit more brick wallish, but still clean. It's pure signal is on right now. Go ahead, Craig.
I didn't notice any difference, man. I'm zoomed in 1x. I'm pretty zoomed in here, and I didn't notice any difference. So I don't know. It sounds like it sounds like you're really clean about it. So that's a good thing.
Well, yeah, I can see a difference here. Now, it's not a large difference, but it is a difference. And if he's it depends on your noise level too, right? Like how far down you can hear. Because if he's 10 over, right? You need to be able to, your noise floor needs to be at least 40 dB under that for you to be able to see his intermodulation reliably. And if it's not, then it'll just disappear into the noise.
Okay, he's 25 over, so yeah, I guess my noise is not. The noise level is not low enough for me to tell the difference.
Yeah, if he's 20 over, you would need to be able to see what's 20 dB divided by 6. Your noise floor would need to be S6 in order for you to see the intermod.
Yeah, my noise level is S7 to S8 right now.
Hey, John, can you do a quick recording for me?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, N6RRV with pure signal on, 1, 2, 3, and I'm going to turn it off. Just see what the difference sounds like with the audio. It is now off, N6RRV with its off, and now we'll put it back on, N6RRV. There you go. Thanks, John.
Okay, here it comes. I don't think you're going to hear any difference.
All right, N6RRV with pure signal on, 1, 2, 3, and I'm going to turn it off. Just see what the difference sounds like with the audio. It is now off, N6RRV with its off, and now we'll put it back on, N6RRV. There you go. Thanks, John. I didn't notice any difference.
Yeah, there's no difference.
In theory, there could be a phase difference. But I think that's going to be really, really hard to hear, especially on sideband where you only have one sideband.
Craig, really quick question. That is, when you hear me talking right now, when you heard the recording, is that basically almost exactly how I sound when I talk to you in the radio here versus the recording?
Yeah, that's a very, very good recording there. Nice job there, John.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Cool.
My Bose headset on too, so and my noise canceling on, so all I hear is you guys. So it's real good. John, I do have a question for you. My propeller now on pure signal is way up in the upper quadrant where it crosses over. That means I'm underdriving my amp, so I don't really want to put out more power. So how do I get that propeller back down where it should be?
Well, you drive the amp properly. Yeah, so if your crossover point, two things to pay attention to. So the crossover point, kind of how balanced the upper quadrant is versus the lower quadrant. And then secondly, in the upper right hand, you'll notice the blue line becomes more horizontal at some point. And at some point, it may approach being totally horizontal, and you want the pure signal algorithm to see that. And if you don't see any part where it's getting horizontal, then you aren't fully utilizing the amp, and it means your efficiency will suffer.
That blue line starts going a little horizontal towards the very end at the upper quadrant, so that part's working. But it's just the part where the blue line and the red line cross over. That's on the perfect conditions, right? That should be in the middle where the green and the yellow line is. But it's higher than that. It's in a quadrant above that.
Yeah. I mean, it'll be okay. It's just less efficient. So if you wanted to kind of maximize that and in theory like have the cleanest signal, then you would drive it such that it would be more centered. But we're splitting hairs here, and like maybe I touched on this earlier individually. I'm sorry I kind of missed this discussion yesterday about linear and low latency filters. I've been talking to you this whole time on low latency filters.
Yeah, I mean, we had that discussion last night, John, and you made it clear. So here's the deal with that, Scott. Did you talk to Scott about that, John, or?
No, I didn't.
All right, so Scott, the reason why you guys most probably noticed the difference between me flipping between linear and low latency was because of the way I had my my filter size parameter set up. So what happened was that my filter size for the TX and RX or whatever, those in particular the TX, the values there were pretty high, and what that means, John can explain it more, but what that means is when you have a higher filter size, which is the next box to the left of the filter type, when you have a higher value there, then that causes you to notice a big difference between low latency and linear. And what happens is if you reduce that filter size to a lower value, such as 1024, I was running at, I think I was running at 4096. If you reduce it to a 1024, then all of a sudden there's no really noticeable difference between low latency and linear. And that's what I did. And now, now I'm on linear. Well, how does that change? All right, let me switch this to low latency and switch this to 1024. So now I'm on low latency, and you probably didn't notice any difference there when I changed that because of the configuration changes that we made there.
I mean, mine's at 1024 and 2048 respectively, and my the receive is at linear and transmits at linear. John, you're the one who fixed that up for me. But yeah, when you made that change, I noticed a difference there. Craig, did you notice it, John?
Yeah, so it really depends on a few things. I think, Scotty, for you, I think we decided you wanted the linear filters only. But Craig, if you're, I think you said you are at 192K. Is it 2048 and 4096? What were those numbers again?
Right now I'm at 1024 on receive and transmit on filter size. And then, so here's low latency, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've been talking on low latency. And here's linear, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I don't know, John. I have a feeling I want to run the TX on linear, but I could be wrong here. I don't know.
Yeah. Honestly, like, TX probably, it matters a little bit less than it does on receive. Now here's where other differences can creep in. So if you go under transmit tab, if you have the processor on, just for comparison's sake now, right? Like turn that off and then go back to the filters and then go between linear and low.
Versus speech processor ECSP overload shoot, that thing?
Yeah, that one. Turn that off.
Okay, that's off. And now let me apply that. Let me go back to the DSP tab. Okay, so now I'm on linear. This is linear 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 linear. And this is low latency 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Was there any difference?
I'm struggling to hear any difference now with the processor off.
Okay, so but I think I want that processor on, right?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, the processor on is a couple dB improvement. So if you want processor on, then it has to be linear on transmit. And for you, maybe try 2048 linear and then processor on.
Yeah, okay, that's what we're at. 2048 now, 2048 processor on, 2048 on receive and transmit, and the TX is on linear. But the RX is on low latency because I kind of want that low latency so I don't double on people.
Yeah, copy.
Where do you find the processor tab?
It's under transmit, setup, and then transmit. It's like kind of in the middle lower section.
It says speech processor CESSB checkbox there.
Oh, okay. Mine is off. I do not have that on.
Yeah. Well, we go back and forth on this. Like, CESSB is a great way of controlling overshoot, I feel, at least. And, it's like free loudness with really no audible penalty, at least that I can hear. Because I'm going back and forth right now between two profiles that are absolutely identical. Just one has CESSB and linear, and one doesn't and is low latency. And so there's a little bit of difference from the processor. This one I'm on should be a little bit louder, and then this one that I'm on should be a little bit quieter just because it doesn't have that.
Well, it was really hard for me to tell. Did you notice any difference, Scott?
No, I really couldn't with my ear. Even with my headphones on, I really didn't notice much difference at all. For example, I got it off right now, and now I'll turn it on, and I suspect you're probably not hearing. Well, I got to apply it. Hold on here. All right, I just applied it. Do you notice any difference?
Give me some more to count to 5.
Okay, it is now on. The speech processor is now on. 1, 2, 3. And now I'll turn it off. And now it's off. 1, 2, 3.
Well, it's subtle, but I do think you're a little bit louder with it.
It's really hard to tell.
So it gives you a little bit of free loudness with no degradation to the audio then, John?
Yeah, that's the way I see it. And Craig, maybe instead of listening for loudness, like, just listen if you hear any negative quality to the audio when he turns it on, because I'm having a hard time hearing it.
Yeah, well, first of all, Scott, I think we're probably too close for me to tell the difference between that. I didn't really notice any difference. You sounded great, checked or unchecked. So, but I have a feeling if you're further away and your signal was weaker, maybe you could tell the difference. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if people are hearing me at 20 or 30 over, I don't think it's going to make much difference whatsoever. I'm just going to leave it where it is for the moment.
Hold on. Did you have the comp button pressed?
Let's see. Let me get back to the transmit comp button. Where is that, John?
Yeah, that's near the transmit filter on the main window, like above the Vox.
It's on the main window, on the main thetis window, on the lower part, underneath your waterfall.
Oh, okay. Underneath, let me see there. Vox. Where is the Vox? Looking for it on the bottom left?
Bottom right, next to your transmit filter. Like, where you pick the different transmit profiles?
Oh, the Vox is at negative. No, wait a minute. No, it's off right now. Yeah, it is off. It is not highlighted.
Yeah, okay, but the button that's above Vox, it says COMP. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see it. That is not highlighted either. That's at 0 dB, and that's where it is.
Okay, so in order for CSSB to be on, you need to turn that button on, and the slider can be at 0, but the button has to be checked.
Oh, well, let's give that a try. Let's see what happens. Let me get set up here. Transmit, and let me turn on the CSSB on and apply it. Okay, that's applied, and now I'll go over to comp and turn that on. Now it's on. Everything is on. Comp and E, the other one, and transmit is on. Now I'm going to take it all off. Here you go. I'm going to take it off. Stand by. Okay, now it is off. 1, 2, 3 off. Any difference there? And 6 RRV.
Okay, so the way I would do this, because it was too much of a pause. So in the transmit window, just leave it checked, and then apply, and then you can close that, and then just press the comp button on and off, and that'll turn it on and off. Yeah, because that'll be much faster, and you can do that while you're talking, so I can take a recording.
Okay, transmit is on, and let me turn on the comp. Comp is now on. 123 N6RRV, Mission Viejo, and now I'm going to turn the comp off. Comp is now off. 123 N6RRV, Mission Viejo. There you go.
Okay, I'll play it back.
Comp is now on. 123 N6RRV, Mission Viejo, and now I'm going to turn the comp off. Comp is now off. 123 N6RRV, Mission Viejo. There you go. I didn't notice much difference, John. Did you?
I noticed you were 3 dB louder.
Well, the signal strength, right?
Yeah, the signal strength. You were 3 dB louder. Now that could be the processing.
Play that back one more time, would you, John? Comp is now on. 123 N6RRV, Mission Viejo, and now I'm going to turn the comp off. Comp is now off. 123 N6RRV, Mission Viejo. There you go. Well, I think the audio sounded a smidgen better with it off.
Yeah, let me play that one more time, because I screwed up my playback here. I had the low cut filter wrong.
Comp is now on. 123 N6RRV, Mission Viejo, and now I'm going to turn the comp off. Comp is now off. 123 N6RRV, Mission Viejo. There you go. You notice any difference, Craig?
Well, not in the audio, but if you were 3 dB stronger, I wasn't looking really at the S meter. I was looking at my waterfall, and I was really just kind of listening really hard. So I wasn't really listening to the S meter, looking at the S meter. So maybe you are stronger. I mean, I couldn't tell you, but the audio sounds the same.
Yeah, I didn't notice really much perceptible difference. Maybe a hair louder, but, not a whole lot to get me all twiddle over it. I don't know. I didn't hear a whole big difference, John.
Yeah. You shouldn't hear much difference. You should just be louder, because it's better controlling the overshoots. And so if I had to give you advice, I would leave it on in the transmit window, and then just turn it on and off using the comp button, if you feel like the conditions aren't bad or you just want to run with it on. I choose to leave it on all the time, because then I'm just heard more, and I don't really think there's a big penalty or anything.
So no penalty in terms of audio quality, is that correct?
Not that I've found.
All right. What do you have yours at, John? Do you keep it on too?
Yeah, I do keep it on always. My comp is always at 0 or 1, unless I'm working a really hard DX station and I can't hear them for squat, then I might crank it up like this. Otherwise, it's always right here, KN6TYF N6RRV.
Yeah, okay, I got it on right now, and I got the transmit. Let me see what that thing says here. Oh, yeah, okay, so the transmit CESSB is on as well. Put it on and see how it works for a while.
Yeah, okay. Cool. Well, so many little things you can dive into. Scotty, did that link ever start working for you?
Negative. It never did. So I don't know what the problem was. I mean, I could see it on my handheld, but I could not get it on the computer link there. It just couldn't bring it up.
Yeah, my buddy helped me come up with another link, so I guess I'll email that to you again. And that will be like a permanent link that should always work to take you to the latest stream.
Yeah, because I found it interesting. There was a little bit of latency when I listened to it on my iPhone compared to what I listened to on my laptop here. And how was the audio on it compared to what you hear? Were you satisfied with it?
Oh, it's a direct feed out of the radio. So it's identical.
Yeah, it's way better than an SDR, Scott.
So better than like Half Moon Bay or any of the others, right?
Huge improvement.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm looking at the stream.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to really hear it. I'd like to try that again, maybe when you got time.
Yeah, I sent it to you again in another email just now, so maybe give it a shot. Hopefully it works.
Yeah, I'll try to pull it up.
Yeah, John, I'm looking at the feed right now. It looks awesome, man. Good job.
Yeah, thanks, man. Also, then you can see big S meter and all this stuff going. It's a lot of fun.
Damn. It says video unavailable. Can't get it. Weird. It says my comments are turned off, but the video is unavailable. I can't bring it up.
Are you signed into YouTube? Do you have an account or anything?
As your Gmail or something account?
Oh, I can get into Gmail, not a problem. Oh, I mean, I can get into YouTube, not a problem. Yeah, I got an account.
Can you try signing out maybe, or do you know how to open a private tab?
Negative.
All right. Are you using Chrome?
Yeah, I tell you what, I gotta go feed my cats. They're driving me crazy. I'll be right back in 6RRB.
Okie dokie. KN6TYF.
Yeah, John, it's pretty cool to be able to sit there and key down and just like watch the S meter. Obviously, it's like a little bit delayed, but watch the S meter as I talk there, and then I unkey and then I mute my Thetis and I listen to the stream. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. I think I measured it a little bit. It's about, I don't know, 3 or 4 seconds of latency, which really is not bad for the capture, the processing. Then it gets uploaded, then YouTube's got to do its part and then send it out.
It's about 30-second latency right now.
30 seconds? Oh, okay. Let's see. I'm listening on an iPad. So how long was that? That was like 3 seconds.
Okay, well, there's something going on with my stream. Let me try it again. I'm going to close it down and relaunch it. All right, N6MUD testing. Oh yeah, that's much better. I must have been in some delay or something. Now it's like a couple seconds.
Yeah, okay. Sometimes it can drift. Like if you pause it for a second, then you can kind of get unsynced from the live feed.
Copy that.
Actually, I was playing around earlier. I had the Spectrum Analyzer out, pulled up on stream. We were like doing IMD testing. And yeah, there's some kind of weird behavior on 160 where like it needs a lot of drive CW to read 1500 watts on the meter. But under two-tone, I don't know. I just feel like there's some IMD creeping in somewhere, and I don't know if that's from like some component in the amp or what the deal is. But anyways, I guess it's working well enough.
Oh yeah, man, this is ever since you got your amp, I don't know why, but your signal's always been stronger and louder than you used to. So I know it's probably the same amount of power as you've been using in the past, but it just sounds louder for some reason. I can't explain why.
Yeah, that's good. I don't know. You know, maybe on average I'm doing like 2 or 300 watts more than I was doing previously, because on the tubes I'd probably run it around 1400, maybe 1350, something like that. And this one I drive right up to legal limit pretty much.
I wonder if it's a tuner. I wonder if the tuner in the RF kit is maybe more efficient or something. I don't know.
Yeah, very well possible. Also, since getting the newer amp, I kind of like optimized the feed line a little bit. I took out a choke that I had before that I think maybe was behaving weirdly. So yeah, who knows? Now, my Thetis display, like when I'm transmitting and stuff, does that pretty much look like yours does? Like, do you have the cutoff set higher? Are you seeing this kind of shape and everything? It looks pretty similar, yeah?
Well, I was going to ask you about that. Let me just take. I need a second monitor now. I bet. Yeah, I mean, for the most part, it looks similar to yours. Obviously, my actual pan adapter looks a little bit different, the colors and that. And also, I noticed a couple nights ago when you had your NR2 on and you're streaming, your NR2 worked really, really well. For me, when I run NR2, sometimes it sounds like people are like underwater. And yours wasn't doing that. So was there like special settings or something that you used to tweak your NR2?
Yeah, I just turned it on so you can take a listen. There's a couple things. Let me go check. I can't remember if I've actually changed it much. Let me see. I'll try and bring it up on stream.
Break, Bravo, Kilo, Norway.
Is there a break, emergency traffic, go?
Ten-4.
Good, buddy.
I'm back.
Hello, back. Okay, so Scotty, if you have Chrome open, then you click on the little 3 dots in the upper right corner of the Chrome thing, and then go new private window or new incognito window or whatever, and then put the video link in there. I'd be curious if it loads.
All right, I got the window open and go to what now? I'm sorry, say that again?
Yeah, the 3 dots in the upper right-hand corner. When you click on them, it should open like a big list of stuff for like new tab, new window.
Yeah, Roger. Okay, so I'll copy the the site you gave me and put it in the incognito?
Yeah, that's it, in the incognito.
Nope, doesn't work. Still says video unavailable.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know, man. How about region? Like, could your YouTube account be set to a different region? Are you running a VPN or anything?
No, not at all. I've never had a problem with YouTube before.
Another browser?
No, I just got the one.
No, you should have Microsoft Edge on there.
Okay, where would I find that? Go ahead.
Well, just open the start menu and then type Edge, EDGE, and then you should see Microsoft Edge.
I'm sorry, in what menu do I type this?
The start menu. Just click on the start menu and then start typing.
right, I'm there. Now it says choose an account, add a new account.
Yeah, you can like skip all that stuff.
And go to where?
So once you get through that, you'll have to click skip a bunch of times, and then just paste the URL in to the address bar.
Okay, I don't have the skip menu there. All I have is sign in to sync data or start without your data and choose an account, add a new account. Those are all my options.
Got it. Okay, yeah. Start without account.
All right, now I gotta get that website of yours back in there. Hold on.
Yep. And Craig, I brought the NR settings up on stream so you can compare to yours.
Okay, yeah, let me take a look. Yeah, mine are the same as yours, but mine sounds like it's underwater. I don't know what's going on. That's weird.
And you're sure you're on NR2 and that you have these AE filter buttons checked?
Roger that, yep.
No, it's still not bringing up, John.
Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, man. That's super weird.
I'm able to get it here on a first try.
I don't know, man. It's just very weird.
But it works on your phone?
Yeah, I can bring it up on my phone.
Is parental lock turned on still?
Yeah, maybe. Could it be, I suspect, your mini-me has secured down your network too much?
I don't know. I don't have a clue. It's just, God, it's irritating why I can't bring that up. I try it again right now. I get the video unavailable with the big black screen.
Yeah. I saw the screenshot. Huh.
Well, let me bring up my my YouTube front page. Hold on.
Okay, in the upper left-hand of your screen, there's a YouTube logo. Click on that, those three horizontal lines next to the logo, and you'll see a bunch of options there.
Yeah, I see all the options. Subscriptions, shorts, home, history, and a whole bunch at the top.
Okay, under settings at the bottom there. And then see, hold on.
Well, if you've got that drop-down menu open, does it say restricted mode off and then location United States?
Where would that be?
Okay, so when you clicked on your little icon in the upper right-hand corner on the YouTube page, it opens like a long menu.
Upper left-hand corner, right?
Upper right.
The 3 dots at the upper right?
No. So you're at the YouTube homepage, right?
Right.
Okay, so do you see the little bell in the upper right-hand corner?
Yeah, and I see it, and I hit it, and I see I see Damon Stewart stuff that he used to send me, but that's all I see.
Okay, yeah. To the right of the bell, there's a little circular picture. Click on that.
That circular picture is an S, meaning Scott. That's what you want me to hit?
Yep, that's correct. And then about halfway down, it should say like appearance, language, restricted mode, location.
Yeah, I see appearance, device, theme. Oh, there's also location, United States. I see that as well.
Okay, what about restricted mode? Does it say off?
No, restricted mode is on, so I got to turn it to off then, right?
Yeah, turn that off.
That probably did it.
Yeah.
On when I click on it with the little arrow to the right, it doesn't give me an option to turn it off. It's still unrestricted mode. It says turned on by your network administrator to help hide potentially mature videos. And so it doesn't give me the option to turn it, to turn it off. Unbelievable here. That's the problem.
See, I was right.
Yep, you called it.
Yeah, I think James can fix that for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it says activate restricted mode, and it's gray. It's a gray area with a little ball on it. It needs to be highlighted so I can turn it off, and it's not highlighted. Kind of weird.
Yeah, and you can't move that little ball to the left, huh?
I'm sorry, we doubled. What's that, John?
Oh, I said you can't move that little ball to the left, huh?
No, negative. I can't, because restricted mode is on, and the ball it's not highlighted for me to do so. It's in like the gray mode.
Yeah, I got it. So there's a couple ways that could be turned on. So either it's an account level control or it's a network level control. And so I've got one more page for you to go to that'll tell us exactly what's going on. And that link is inbound right now. So when you get that link, click on it and it'll open up a page and it'll tell us some more information.
Okay, you're emailing that to me, John?
A-firm.
You're going to get him in trouble with barelylegal.com.
What was that? What hub?
Hey, John, you gotta rate your content so it'll pass his restrictions.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. I'm like, what is happening?
Or should I put that now?
Just click on it.
All right, YouTube constriction settings. There's a DNS restrictions are on.
Yeah, okay. That's what I suspect. So, something at your network level is controlling that, and you'd have to ask James about it.
Okay. All right. I don't want to waste any more time with this and with you guys here, so I'm going to give James a call, see if he can give me something over the phone, and we'll try that. Anyway, I'll be standing by in 6RV.
All right. Yeah, maybe you can add a whitelist for YouTube or something. It's probably a pie hole. If you have a pie hole, I guess that's what it might be. But anyways, I'll see if I can't do what Craig said there and maybe find a way to rate the content so it's not tripping a filter.
Over that guy trying to restrict his dad from those sites.
Hey Jeff, good evening, man. How you doing?
Yeah, sorry, I was on the delay there. I'm doing pretty good. Just sitting here shaking my head, trying to figure out what the hell was going on with this hard rock amp. It was trying to set the bias controls on there via the instructions, and the thing shot sparks out and went up in a puff of smoke. So trying to get a hold of the people from Hard Rock and not having any luck.
Wow, that sucks.
Yeah, real sorry to hear that. That's too bad. Hopefully, well, did you do a post-mortem yet? Is it just the fets that are smoked?
I have no idea. I'm not going to take it apart. I've done everything that they've said to do, and as soon as I went in there and set, the only thing that changed from yesterday when I was, playing around with it and had it powered on, as you saw the pictures when I finished the thing, and was, stepping through the different settings and whatever. Today, I went in there and did what they said. Take the voltmeter, put it on the gate, turn the VR1 through VR4 totally counterclockwise down to 0, and then start, this process. So I went in there and flipped the thing over and went to set it to push to talk, and then as soon as I hit the button and it selected 30 meters is when sparks shot out of the side of the thing, and smoke started roaring out from underneath the board. So I'm assuming it's the FETs, but when I went back and looked at the gates resistance, it's still there. But anyway, I don't know. I don't see anything burned, but of course, obviously it did. And I didn't see it pulling any unrealistic amperage. I mean, we're talking a couple hundred mils. And then that happened. So I don't know. This is a very strange conundrum.
Well, we wouldn't be hams if we didn't blow stuff up once in a while. I'm right there with you, man.
Well, all being it's a kit, and I'm just following their instructions. So it's got to be something in there that's amiss.
Well, what's going to be interesting is if you can get a hold of the guys. I know when you first submitted the order, didn't you have issues of communication with those guys?
Oh, absolutely. I emailed them 3 times about, hey, when is this going to ship? Hey, what's going on with this? Hey, you took my money. Is this really in stock or not? I got nothing at all.
Yeah, so hopefully they'll be somewhat responsive, man, or else that's going to be brutal.
Did you pay with PayPal?
I don't remember, John. I'd have to look and see. Either way, I mean, it went on my credit card. Just don't know how exactly it ended up there.
Yeah. Actually, what is the deal, man, with like hammy vendors and they pull this kind of crap? I hate it. I bought another ham an antenna from Palomar, okay, and I placed the order correctly and everything, and the thing showed up to this guy's house, and he was super excited. He was putting it up, and then I was talking to him, on video, and I saw a picture of the thing, and I'm like, hold on, man. Like, that is not the one we bought. We bought the 1500 watt version, and they sent him the 500 watt version, and there's like an $80 difference. And I've been trying to get in touch with Palomar since Saturday. Today's Tuesday. Totally radio silence. Nothing.
Yeah, of course.
Well, Palomar is usually pretty good. Maybe the guy is out or something, out of office or something.
Well, I don't know in what world they're usually pretty good, but the 2 times that I've bought stuff from them and I needed to talk to them, it was a disaster.
When I wanted information on my 4-to-1 Ballon, I called them up and I talked to what's his name, the guy, the owner.
Yeah, okay. Well, I left him a voicemail on Saturday. I've emailed them 2 or 3 times now.
Yeah, he's probably out of town or something, but that is bizarre. What is it, Tuesday? At least he's like out on vacation, which he should tell you like on his voicemail, right? Hey, the office is closed, whatever. We'll be back in a week, but yeah, it is kind of weird.
Yeah. Yeah. So last time I had an issue with something from them, it took me opening a PayPal dispute to get anything done. Anyways, the reason I bring it up is maybe on the Hard Rock you have options of doing that. That might be kind of an intermediate step.
Do I have it?
Yep.
Yeah, I can't reach James. He's not answering the phone. So what I'll do is I'll talk to him later on, and maybe he can get on there and help me out a little bit, because I'm just not getting a response. So I got to go grab something to eat, and I'll be on a little later. So we'll talk then. N6RV, thanks for the help, guys. And by the way, I got that comp on right now, John, along with the transmit setting there, as you mentioned. We'll see how this takes us for the near future. N6RV.
Alrighty. 7-3, N6RV, KN6TYF.
See you later, Scott. Sounds real good. So I think when it comes to like buying ham stuff, it's such a low volume. I feel like ham businesses and that they try to cut corners when it comes to payments and all that type of stuff, and they try to do the cheapest thing. And so I don't know, man. I feel like, but you're right, John. Whenever you deal with at least a mom and pop type amateur radio operation, you just get this feeling that you're dealing with a bunch of rookies for the most part.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be that way. Like, this is the age of e-commerce, right? And there's so many good tools and systems. It'd be real easy for, someone to stay on top of that. At least I feel it would be. And there are companies that do it. Like, look at DX Engineering and HRO.
Yeah, those companies are a little bit bigger, but I mean, take a look at, for instance, RF Kit, for example, right? The way they do their stuff is kind of not up to date. I mean, it works, but it's it's not the greatest and latest, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm sure it'll get worked out, but hopefully on that amp they just send you another kit. Have you tried that Ukrainian one yet? I guess we lost Jeff.
We're so quiet out there.
Hello, WA7CCA.
Hey, Mark.
How you doing there? Kilo 3, Quebec, India.
Hey, good evening, Mark, with the huge signal.
Yeah, hi guys. Yeah, we're just turned on the radio here and just popped in to say hello.
Yeah, you're coming in great into Oakland, man. Good evening.
Yeah, hi John. Hi Craig, and I think Mike was in there. And so anyway, I don't know. It's been one of those days here today. Not a whole heck of a lot going on, but you guys carry on. WA7CCA.
Yeah, all right. And then was there another station as well?
Studio quality.
Yeah, is that a Kilo 3, Quebec, India?
Go ahead.
Just copying you here in San Francisco. You're about 5 and 7.
Okay, I need to tune up here a little bit better here, and you're just coming in just like a double nickels.
Yeah, copy. Okay. Well, this is a KN6TYF. Nice hearing you this evening. A couple other folks on frequency as well. Anyways, Craig, what's going on in your neck of the woods other than radio?
Okay, I'm not sure.
Brushing up on some technology certifications here, talking to tons and tons of recruiters, but nothing exciting yet, man. I don't know. I know Dreamforce is going to take over your city there. Well, not your city, but San Francisco next month there, John. So I don't know, man. I may have to go up there and ruffle some feathers up there in San Francisco, but we'll have to see. But I don't really want to do that. I'm not really a fan of San Francisco as of late, as of all of the shenanigans going on in that city, the mayor and everything else. So hopefully it doesn't come to that, but I may be forced to venture up to Northern California.
Yeah. A little bit of a double, but Craig, you won. Yeah. The problem San Francisco faces are not small, that's for sure, but they're also not unique. I don't know. Even if it was a different mayor, I don't know what they could really do that would change this. I mean, honestly, so I don't know. But let's turn it to K3QI for a second. I think he was trying to get in there.
Yep, coming in a little bit scratchy, but I can hear you.
Is it K6QI?
Roger.
Yeah, you've got a great signal in the San Diego, man. You're 15 over 9. You there, Eva?
Okay, thank you. No, I was just telling the other station that we have family on 670 Lombard Street, and we know everything's kind of gone to the wire over there. Over.
Yeah. That is true for sure. And, also on, I guess, on the other hand, it is a big city. Just like any big city, don't leave things in your car. No laptops, no bags. It's not the podunk suburb, so you can't treat it like that, but it is way worse than it should be.
So I was doing some reading. And about AI, everyone's heard about AI, obviously, but AI is I think it could revive San Francisco. So you heard it from me. Within the next couple years, I think we're going to see a revolution in San Francisco, similar to back in the .com days, 20 or so years ago.
Okay, I got you loud and clear. Thank you so much for the relay. But again, good to hear Mark, WA7CCA, and you guys are just wonderful to talk to in the evening. This is K3QI.
Yeah, Craig, that very well may be. I'm going to take a standby here for a minute. KN6TYF.
All right, N6MUD.
All right, what did I miss? I had to step out of the room.
Hey Jeff, we're just talking about San Francisco now. But we're just saying, hopefully they can take care of you there. But did you get a chance to fire up the other amplifier, the backup one you got?
Yeah, the other one powers up just fine.
Okay, cool. So that one, at least that one works for you. You're 50% at 1 out of 2.
Yeah, so I guess in some regards it's lucky that I have both. What is with all the weird digital noises tonight on the radio here?
Yeah, but you're louder, Jeff. You're squashing that jammer, no problem. 100% capturing him. I don't hear anything there, so you're doing a good job.
Yeah, real good. Well, I did venture down to the apartment today and chatted with John for a little bit on Thetis and on the Anon, or not the Anon, it's the baby Anon, the Hermes, and he was able to hear the nice, very full audio from that little $60 microphone, and I was able to hear myself come back through the Flex. So it sounds really good as long as it doesn't crash.
Oh, very cool. Did you guys figure out what was causing it to crash? I mean, no, not even that. What was causing it to erase the settings?
Nah, I haven't even messed with it, man. It just came up, and I was able to check all the settings and write them all down. That way I can.
Okay. All right. Well, interesting. Hopefully you guys can figure that out, because it's like I say, I don't think it's just you, man. There's some strange things going on with Thetis for various people. So, but hopefully someone will figure it out.
Yeah, we'll see. So far today, it stayed stable, and was able to play around with it enough to actually hear it, and it seemed to work okay.
Yeah, man, I remember when you had that thing dialed in, it sounded amazing. It sounded better than your Flex. So, and that little microphone, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I've never heard a Flex sound better than one of these.
Yeah,
well, I don't know. This one sounds pretty darn good.
What type of mic was that, Jeff?
I have to do all the outboard processing in order to make it that way.
Sorry, I double. Go ahead, Jeff.
I'm just saying that this one sounds pretty darn good, but I have to do all the outboard processing to make it work.
Yeah, tell Mark what you did for your microphone for the Hermes, what you did and how you found out about that microphone.
Well, I decided I would try to start doing something on the cheap. So I started searching around for some of these podcast microphones, and I found one that is very, very, very close to the SM7B, and for a whopping price tag of like $55. And I was able to put it on the radio. I did have to use a mic pre, though. It just does not have enough output to have the sound card drive the microphone. Anyway, so with that little bump and doing all the CFC and pre and post EQ and leveling and Thetis, it sounds every bit as good and maybe a little bit more articulate than this does right now with 3 sets of outboard rack gear.
Oh, very good. Yeah, it's fun to play with those things, and a lot of times it's it's very frustrating too. You get stuck in some issue with something. So I've done a bunch of filtering and a 50-cent electret condenser, and it had a computer designed enclosure for it, and I was telling the guys here the other night about it and how it outperformed the hand mic, which is excellent, on the IC7300.
Oh, yeah. Well, they've got a distinctive tonal quality on those for sure. They've done a lot of good engineering on making those ICOMs sound really good right out of the box. But, yeah, it's in essence, since I have the Hermes there, and having a smaller footprint, I thought, well, how can I continue this? Well, let's see if I can cut back on the microphone instead of running the $300 or $400 PR40. If somebody's going to get into this on the cheap, how cheap can they really get into it? So if you're looking at $380 for the radio, another $300 for an intermediate amplifier, and maybe a bigger one if you want to run more than 50 watts. But at least for the microphone side of it, you're at like $120 for a mic pre. and a microphone that sounds absolutely fantastic. So I'm really, really happy with that thing. Ain't nothing special about it, but it sure does sound good. And everyone that I've heard, when looking at the reviews on them, they all sounded great.
Okay, and so were you running that 500 watt Hard Rock?
No, I purchased one of the Hard Rock 50s and put it together just a couple days ago. And I just sat down this evening to set the bias levels on the thing. And I'd had it on, and I'd played around with the settings, and I'd looked at it, and blah, blah, blah. Anyhow, not any stranger to circuit board poking and, component replacement and building and such like that. But in any case, a long story short, I was following their instructions to the T, looked at the gate voltage, and more particularly the resistance on the gate, turned them all the way down like they said in the manual, went to go set the controls on the front of the amp, and as soon as it hit 30 meters, sparks came shot out of the side of the bottom of the amplifier, and smoke rolled out. So not sure exactly what got screwed up there in their instructions or something, but anyhow, it failed, and I've never even used the amp yet.
Yeah, it sounds like a dead short somewhere that may have caused that. Well, hopefully it was before the pallet.
Yeah, I didn't take the whole thing apart. Obviously you can smell something that's burned, and we know for sure that something failed, but I don't know what. I didn't take the board apart because then I have to pull all the transistors off and take the thermal grease off again, and et cetera, et cetera. So I sent them an email. We'll see if they respond.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Well, good luck with that, and at least you have a backup, right?
Well, right, and it was not exactly planned that way, but it was because they refused to answer 3 emails that I sent them when I had ordered the thing, because initially I wanted to take it to Bermuda with me and use it while I was DX there. But anyway, they both ended up showing up at the same time while I was gone. So I have both, but at least I have the backup, and I took the lid off of that one just to look inside it today. Very clean, very reminiscent of the Hard Rock, with a few less components on it. And certainly no LCD display. But anyway, hopefully that one works okay, and then I'll be able to drive the ALS 600 down there at the apartment and be able to play with this tomorrow.
Yeah, Roger on that. Yeah, I lost a power transformer out of my old Heathkit SB1000 over in Arizona. So I got to listening to Craig here and John, and did some research on my own and decided to pull the trigger on one of those RF kits. So we have the order in on that. So that will be okay to play with, I'm sure. Yeah, with a lot of these amps, it's I've noticed they're all they all have their own idiosyncrasies. There's always something that you can comment on about them, and I don't think you're ever going to find one, or even 2 of them, even if they're from the same manufacturer, that are exactly the same in all regards. But anyhow, that's what happens. If you want to, pull the trigger on something big and have a good warranty on it, I guess. Yeah, that's some of the prices are really unreasonable. I think still for solid state amps, I don't really consider a very good value at what some of these manufacturers are charging. So RF kits seem to be right in there for pricing, so looked like it was reliable, and at least you'd have a fighting chance to fix it even on your own.
Yeah, well, as they say, nothing is perfect, but we'll get through it. No big deal.
So is your amp hanging in there, Craig?
Hi, boys. KK7TV.
Hey, Randy. Hey, good evening. Yeah, Mark, I'm still doing great, man. It's like I told you guys, it's an appliance, man. I just turn the thing on, and operate it, and it does everything great. It does TCI real well. It works real good on, I really only operate 20, 40, 17, and 15. Those are my main core bands, but it does really well in those bands there, Mark. Over.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I'm going to use mine primarily on 80, 160, 80, and 40. So we'll see how it plays there. And hello, Randy. How are you today?
Good.
Just good?
Yeah, it just, you watch The Fifth Element when that guy, the DJ, is interviewing Bruce Willis on that monster sailing ship in the sky. He passes the microphone and he just gives one-word answers.
Uh-huh.
Oh. You guys hot out there today, Randy?
Excuse me?
Was it pretty hot out there today, temperature-wise?
Oh, yeah. God, it's so hot, and 19% humidity was kind of high.
Good evening, Mark. 86 BIS in the mobile.
Oh, hey, Alex, in the mobile. Where are you mobiling?
Nowhere. Actually, static mobile. I don't know. I'm just sitting in the driveway here with a 12-volt battery, my radio, and a piece of wire going to a piece of bamboo.
Okay, yeah, it works. And you're coming in okay. So how much power are you running?
I think 97 watts or something. That's what the radio says.
Okay, you're 10 over here, so that's your location and this location here in Big Bear seem to be a pretty pipeline between us. So yeah, not as obviously strong as your base station, but yeah, very copyable.
Good to hear you, Mark. Yeah, very good. Well, anyway, just it's nice to sit out and look at the sky and the trees, and it's cooling off. It got pretty warm today. I think it got almost 90 degrees today, probably with a lot of humidity. So a little uncomfortable today, but not bad. Looked like it was in the 80s in your place, high 70s and 80s at where you live. So not too bad.
Yeah. It's a little warm here. I've got the windows open, and so it's humidity's a little high for whatever reason. I guess it's the same way over there in Arizona too. Probably from the something coming up from the Gulf.
Yeah, okay. And hello to everyone in the group there. You got KD6BIS Alex over here near Santa Barbara. So anyway, all right. I'll let you guys get back to it. And just enjoying sitting outside in the nice chair in the driveway and enjoying life. So carry on.
Well, okay, Alex, real good. So anybody else hearing the mobile station?
Yeah, Alex. Good signal. You're S9, 5/9, San Diego.
Oh, good. You and Mark are both S9 plus, so must be pretty good conditions. But it is very noisy here in the driveway. There's a lot of UPS stuff going on, and power lines right next to the street here. So, yeah, great signal.
Yeah, copy that. All right, guys, I'm going to have to figure out what to do for dinner here, so I'll be back in a little bit. N6MUD.
Yeah, 30 over here, Craig.
Yeah, likewise, man. You're pushing 35 over. All right, catch you guys later, N6MUD.
Hey, you got a big plus and a little plus on the old Yaesu 857D.
Okay, anyway, So we'll just stick around here and listen out for a while. WA7CCA, Big Bear.
KSVQI, Mark.
Yeah, hi, Mike.
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, I might need you to come over here to help me when I finally get this Kenwood. Well, it's like 922 something or whatever. And we get the 240 in here to kind of show me how to tune it up and get this thing right. Would that be okay with you?
Yeah, of course. I'd be glad to do that. Now, did you get the 922?
Yeah, it's 922A. I don't have any lights over here.
Okay, the A means it doesn't have 10 meters, that's all.
Okay, yeah. And they're going to put 240 into this room and all that good stuff because remember, I'm on solar. And, like I say, right now I'm running a 101 MP with the Transworld T500. And I'm glad you guys gave me that good signal for last night because I had a lot of distortion with that because I was running over 50 on the input.
Yeah, you sound a lot better, and you're at least 20 over S9 here. So, it's working very well. So, from Big Bear to Snowflake, Arizona.
Well, you sound great. I mean, you are so studio quality. I'm mad.
Well, no. Don't get mad. Get even. You have to have what you have to have what you have to have the sound. That's all there is to it. And there's more than one way of doing it too, as you will learn if you spend any time listening to all the stations here. Describe their stations and what they have. There's more than one way of doing it, and it's sound is subjective too. So you got to go with something that you like and you're happy with, but that's part of the hobby.
No, I'm just kidding, but really, you just sound so sweet. It's just phenomenal.
Well, I can't say that I don't have any experience in this, but with the radio, I was, it took me a long time to get things sort of dialed in, and you never know if it's all ever completely dialed in, do you, Craig? Or are you still there? I think he went for dinner.
Yeah, well, I know what you mean. Most of the guys I talk to, they got their ticket like in 59. That's when I was freaking born. And, it's a learning curve, And, that's what's so sweet about this whole, being involved with him. He's just great. And Mark, like I say, you're just an awesome dude, and I so appreciate your knowledge.
Yeah, so anyhow, we'll get back out there at some point in time. I'm waiting on a couple of deliveries here right now, and so somebody backed into my truck and dented the bumper, so I got to pull the bumper off and hammer it out tomorrow. I just got the tools to do that. So we'll drop the bumper, and then we got to take out the exoskeleton out of it, out on the back of it. It's crazy how they build vehicles anymore, but it beats. After I get done, it will be hardly noticeable, I believe. But it's always 2 steps forward and 1 step back.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. But, Mark, we'll get together and like I say, your YL and my YL and all that stuff. And I remember you sending me pictures of your place and all that good stuff. And we'll get together. I'm sure it'll be a good time.
Yeah, well, the YL actually was the XYL, XYL. And she lives down in San Diego.
Well, I have one of those too, so we don't have anything other than to talk about that too, because I know what that's like. Yeah,
anyway, have some awesome kids, and they're doing okay. So that's good. So at least there's a benefit out of all that. And I think that's a great radio, the 922. I wouldn't have mind having that. In fact, I preferred to have that over my SB 1000, but it suffers from the same catastrophe with it seems like with a lot of these amplifiers, the power transformers go belly up over time. It happens with all of them that I've seen, even the old Drake L4s, L4B, those transformers short out eventually. And what else? The 922 transformer has been known to do that. I haven't heard any of them that are immune to a bad power transformer, and that's probably the most expensive part in the whole radio.
Roger. So, in your opinion, if we just kept it down to like 800 and below, would be okay?
No, it doesn't matter. There's no rhyme or reason. In fact, it was the filament section of my transformer that went out, but it's a power transformer. They don't have separate filament and separate plate transformers. So, in my case, that makes the plate transformer section 100% useless because, as soon as you apply power to the primary of the transformer, it will blow the fuse.
Yeah, Roger, makes sense. Perplexing.
So they have that reputation, and so you just use it at full power. That's not going to save it. You just run it and have fun with it, and if you ever do have a problem with it, you'll say, oh, okay, I guess I got to go get another transformer for it. And you can get them. They're just depends on what you're willing to pay.
No, that totally makes sense. I mean, 100%. Yeah, I think maybe I'll do an Ameritron, solid state later on, but I still think this tube amp is just more affordable for me.
Well, I mean, as long as it has a good set of tubes in it, and if you like, you could just bring it over. I have 240 already installed, and I can actually work on it if there needs to be anything done to it. And I do have some parts that are common between all my amps. That, let's say, if you had a bad tube in it or something like that, we could tell.
Oh, right now at this point I don't need it. But I got this old Heath kit. I can't remember. I think it's like a 2040 or something like that.
If you take a picture,
and basically what they did is they put an extra switch in it so that everything's fine. I don't even know what that means. There's no continuity through the whole unit. And then D for dummy load, and they put an extra 259 female jack in the back, of course, for dummy load. But I might get with you with that. That might be pretty cool.
Okay, yeah. Well, anyway, that's a relatively nice amplifier to have, and it should do everything that you need it to do. And the 3500 Zulus in there are very, very nice tubes. In fact, for that power class, I would say they're my first choice for tubes because they're instant heating and you can instantly use it. You don't have to sit around for 90 seconds or 2 minutes or whatever, to have your ceramic tube heat up before you can use it. And I find that kind of restrictive. I do like some of the ceramic tubes, but hey, there's nothing better, I don't think, than a pair of 3500s.
Yeah, they're pretty cool tubes, and it looks like they want about $200 for them now. And I just want to make sure I don't do anything wrong. Remember, I've only been a ham for like a little over a year now, so I really look forward to your knowledge.
Oh, sure. Let me. I'll be able to help you any way I can. With that. So yeah, I mean, we have some other amplifiers over here too. I got a lot of stuff over here that I just it's just sitting here, and it's all all beefed up and modified and stuff for my liking, and I used it for quite a while, and you'll have a lot of fun, having that amplifier. You're gonna like it, that's for sure.
Okay, well, I appreciate it. And like I say, Mark, if you ever check out this Trans World 500 that I have here, it's like military grade commercial. It's unbelievable. Old solid state from the 80s, and it's really cool. Hey, I'll let you go. K3QI, I'll be clear, and let you get in with some other stations.
Okay, Mike, have a good one, and nice hearing from you. WA7CCA, Big Bear.
KN6 TYF.
Who is it?
Didn't have the power on. There we go. KN6 TYF.
Hi, John.
I was like, wait, that doesn't look... Oh, no, that was only 30 watts. So I'm like, oh, yeah, let's click the amp on. Talk about no warm-up time. How about LD MOS? Just click the button and go.
Yeah, that's the way to go.
Yeah. Well, so that K3QI is a new ham, huh?
Yeah, he's kind of like my neighbor. He lives about 30 miles. No, it's not that far. Probably about 15 miles from the ranch out in Arizona. And so he works for a solar company out there, and also is a member of the local ham club out there. So I've been over to his house, and he is off grid, and he's got a nice place out there over on Concho Highway, not too far from where I live. I live probably, I would say, maybe 15 miles as a crow flies. But, out there in Arizona, everything is separated out. It's pretty spread out in the rural areas.
Yeah. That's cool. He's probably been a ham as long as I've been a ham. Maybe a little longer. Oh, yeah, a bit longer. That's cool. It's off-grid, man. So, what? Solar, batteries, energy storage, whole 9 yards, huh?
Yeah. That's what he has there, and that's what I have out there, too. But I do have a grid connection that I use in a various interesting different ways. I actually use it as a transient protection for my system. So if I have a huge inrush of current, I can actually pull instantaneously off the grid to augment my inverters.
That's cool. Yeah. How does can you detail that a little bit? How does that function?
Oh, it's pretty complex. You'd have to get into the circuitry of the inverters, but I have parallel inverters and a 30 kW of LiFo batteries on there, and about 10 kW of solar. So it, and also capability of charging the batteries on grid, obviously, and then I also have generator. Things get really bad. I could connect a generator to it, and it will charge the batteries. If you get like no sunlight for 2-3 weeks or something like that, it gets kind of drawn down there. But yeah, it's rated for the system I have, because I have to pump my own water out of the ground, so that takes a lot of power. And water is the most important thing, so that's why I have as large a system as I do, 30 kW. But it will take you through the entire day, even overcast skies. So and even overcast skies will allow charging. So you may not charge up to 100%, but you'll have plenty of juice, and even to run a couple of kilowatts on your amplifier.
Yeah, that's pretty neat. My neighbor's got, it's either a 19 or 29 kilowatt system on his external garage, which is like I guess technically it's a garage, but it's like 4 cars wide and like, I don't know, 14 cars deep. It's a big structure, and the whole roof is covered in panels. And then 2 very, very large inverters, which provide a lot of juice. And then there's a vanadium liquid battery, and then a Tesla Powerwall. Pretty serious setup. I think you'd have juice forever.
Yeah. And of course, there's only a certain amount of what do you call it? Benefit to having, all of those solar panels. You only need enough solar panels to charge up the battery. But you see a lot of people design their systems they think they want to, knock their power bill down. And I don't have any relationship with the power company at all. I don't sell them power, and I just, buy the power that I need from them, which is very little. And I have it there for backup. So, yeah, it'd be kind of silly to get rid of it all and just, have turn everything off. Now, I did save quite a bit of money, because I had two meters on my property, and I was able to decommission one of those meters, which saved a tremendous amount, because they charge you out there. It's a lot different out there. They charge you a monthly fee just for the availability of the electricity, which is close to $40 a month, and that's for using nothing. But the cost per kilowatt hour is almost it's crazy low still, only running 10, 12, 13 cents.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I kind of think that's how it should be, right? Because you need to pay for the nameplate capacity for every meter they add to the grid. You could potentially draw X amount of power. I gotta step away for a second. Apologies. KN6TYF.
Hello. WA7CCA Big Bear.
All right, I just probably should just say 7-3 for now because I got people jumping in and out and I'm going to get interrupted. So maybe I'll catch you a little bit later.
Okay, John. Good hearing you. And have fun out there, and we'll catch you around the corner. WA7CCA.
All right. WA7CCA KN6TYF.
First, it's like that oblique crap.
Hey, I'm still in the same place.
You can download NetLogger.
Solids and
I think it's tuned. WA7CCA, Big Bear. Test 1 2 1 2 WA7CCA.
Oranges County. Anybody on frequency KF6YIJOC listening?
Yeah, you're coming in great into Big Bear City, WA7CCA.
Holy cow, Mark. You're 40 over. I was not expecting that. I had to turn the headphones down.
Yeah, that's a real shock sometimes.
You're sounding good. No phasing yet like last night, so pretty clear.
Yeah, things are likewise. You're coming in great. So, did you make any adjustments to the radio?
I haven't made adjustments in the chain here for, pretty proud about it, about 4 months.
Yeah, well, you could probably sound different, but not any better.
Oh, yeah, the spectrum of different is infinite.
Yeah, and, that's always, the opinion is always in the eye of the beholder, or the ear of the beholder.
I got these funky presets in here, really. I just work off of them and go with what I think I need at the time. Punch, DX, whatever. I got a little tool for that.
Nice. Yeah, that's what I like. After a while you get tired of playing with stuff, but, sometimes you have to, and you have to actually roll up your sleeves and get under the hood.
Especially when you update Thetis. I shouldn't be laughing. My goodness.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, I'm still, learning a few things here and there about it. But yeah, I have all the basics down, I think, to make it work how I need it to work. So I think that's the main thing. But yeah, you get all wrapped up in that and really don't enjoy just using it.
I found lately I'm on the Windows 11 OS, and ever since I updated to that, the VAC with Thetis has been acting strange. Sometimes I get weird sound anomalies that I've never heard before since updating, and I'm thinking about reverting.
I wouldn't think that would be an operating system issue more than maybe a resource issue or something else. I can tell you a lot of things about Windows 11. I have made several installations here over the last year, and yeah, it works better in a lot of different ways. From Win 10, and then it has actually become incompatible with a lot of other things that I use in ways that I hate. But I never had Thetis installed on a Win 10 ever, so I can't tell you, my experiences with it, except that I, had come back and I found my settings changed. I go, what happened there? And then I didn't think much of it and reloaded everything, and everything has been fine for quite a while now. So I'm not really sure if it was perhaps an update that created that or something within the operating system. You have to be a real detective to really know what has happened, or maybe find somebody else who's experienced the same thing.
Yeah, I could see Windows 11, some of its features are interesting. I don't know if they're necessary. What I think may be the culprit in my issue here is the driver that came out for one of the DACs. And it hasn't updated since early 2021. And Windows 11 has had many, many updates since. And I think there's some laziness on part of the DAC manufacturer.
What kind of DAC are you running?
It's a cheap M audio, the 192 4-channel AIR. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, I'm running an M audio here, 19214.
Oh, we must be running the same one. I could see why you think that's 14.
Oh, what does it say?
I figured that was more of like a vertical dash as you would on the keyboard, but like the / key, for example.
Oh, yeah, the straight up and down thing. Yeah, you're right. It's a 992, not a slash, but a separating bar. I don't know what you call that, and a 4.
Yeah, so ever since I have also the Focusrite Scarlett V3 next to it, I can go back and forth, but I like the controls on this M audio. It's a shame that they haven't updated any driver stuff.
Oh, I haven't noticed. I don't even think I loaded drivers in it at all. I just turned it on and it found everything, and I think on the install, I don't recall having to put anything in it, but maybe I'm mistaken. The box seems to be pretty clean. I don't like the linearity, though, of the microphone pot on it very much. It seems like there needs to be some more range on it, because I'm driving it with an Aphex 230, and then of course then it goes in via VAC. So are you operating? You must be using that on VAC, right?
Yeah, so I actually have 2 DACs here. I have one that's feeding the Omnia software, and then what comes out of that goes to this other one to control the anon. From a control standpoint, it's great. I got my headphone knob, as you know. I got I know what you mean about the linearity. That was bothersome in the beginning, but again, I haven't touched it in months.
Yeah, so they didn't do their homework there, I don't think, very well on that. But yeah, you could probably go in there and fix that, I would imagine. Who wants to? You just buy another box and plug it in, right? But I was going to go with, what do they call that? Banana meter or something. Go mixing console and put all these plugins in, and I found some good plugins, but I figured, why am I doing that? That's crazy. That's just more trouble. No, I do use some digital audio processing for some other ventures that I operate that work really well. In fact, they're all Omnia based. It works quite well. I've had it for a long time. And it sounds really good and very stable, and the computers will run it fine, and they're old computers too. But I said, you know what? I'd like to have a box here in front of me with knobs on it. So, plus this is a tube preamp. It's probably not adjusted very well. It's just probably not the best microphone preamp tube in the world, but that's what I'm using.
And 6TYF.
Hey, John, what's good?
Hey, man, did I hear that right? That you have audio coming in on one interface, going into software, and then coming out to another interface to be digitized to go back in?
That's exactly right. The alternative is what Mark just described, that banana nonsense.
Well, that's one alternative, but there are very simple virtual audio cables that'll do that.
Yeah, but you see, the knob deal, like he also again described, is very contagious.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I understand. I don't know. For me, like in the hi-fi world, if I could have something be bit perfect, that's what I'm going to do, because that's preserving, exactly what's coming out.
Yeah, well, yes, to a degree compared to, say, like the noise floor, I can understand that. I'm shaving a few off by doing what I'm doing.
Yeah. And look for, like, I don't know, for RF context, especially those Focusrites, man, they're just like, I don't know, kind of susceptible to RFI and getting all this noise in them. Not that I've ever heard RFI on your signal, I'm not saying that, but it just, you don't have to, the whole point I was trying to get to is you don't have to go all the way to banana, because like banana is a pain in the butt. There's like 8 virtual devices, all this. You could just use the VB audio, cable 1, cable 2, what goes in on one end comes out on the other.
Yeah, but you need the banana because you're probably going to stack different modules, and you need a way of mixing it.
No, you do that in your DAW then.
Right.
If you're gonna mix them together, do that all in one VST host, right? Or a DAW. Use Reaper, Ableton, whatever.
I don't think it's exactly mixing. It's what you're able to is assign IOs through it to stack the things in the order you want.
Yeah, I understand. Trust me, I'm using it here, right? What I'm saying is there are basic cables with no control interface that you can install that will take what you feed in on one end and puke it out on the other end, and that's all they do.
So yeah, but some of these different...
let me grab paper. Let me get a pen.
Well, yeah, what I was saying is not all of these modules have the capability of being connected together.
Okay, so John, I have, let's say I just want to use, which one of these do I want to use? The M Audio or the Focusrite? I got to think about that for a moment.
Yeah. Mark, I guess I don't understand what you mean by modules. Like, what modules wouldn't be able to be connected together?
Okay. Well, I call them modules, but actually they're apps. So, if you want different stages or different code that you want to use together, they have a lot of difficulty being interfaced to each other. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah, okay, sure. I hear you on that, and I agree. I guess what I'm saying is instead of running each audio thing in a separate app, right? Like run them all inside one app that is capable of hosting all of those VSTs, then you can do all of that sort of routing inside one place.
Yeah, well, as long as you can put them all in series, and so you have one feeding the other one and the other one feeding the next, correct?
Yeah. However you want.
Yeah, okay. So besides banana, what would be good for that?
Well, so Reaper. Reaper is kind of a free DAW that'll let you run, all the VSTs together, and you can sequence them however you want. And then there's a couple other like lightweight VST hosts that are kind of geared towards live performance. I'm not the person to ask on that. Maybe a nano host or something like that. But there's a few of them.
Yeah, I first started experimenting with, the VACs probably 10 years ago or more, 15 years ago. And I'm using them now. They work really well, for some of my other applications that I have. And very happy with them, but I don't mess with them or play with them at all. They're just there, and they're, it's gazinta in, gazinta out.
Yeah, the other one that I really like is called Pedalboard 2. It's very simple. It is barely a VST host, but it's a very lightweight program. Within this program, you can wire your different modules together, and those modules can be VSTs or VAC or whatever you want. So, yeah, anyways. James, what were you doing with pen and paper?
I was just taking notes. So the reason I have two of these hardware boxes here, I was thinking about it more. I have two dedicated ASIO lines simultaneously happening. I have one of the boxes going for the radio, and I have the other box dedicated to Omnia, and I can't hook into that stream, that data stream. At least I don't know of a way easily.
Okay, so what I'm thinking is, so the software is, or the audio would, in this theoretical thing, you'd have one interface, the microphone would be connected to it, and it would go microphone, interface, Omnia, and then from the Omnia to the radio, yeah?
Well, he probably is trying to do an AES, he needs an AES input probably.
Well, I think it's an ASIO one currently.
Yeah, but there you go. The output of Omnia has analog out, or it has AES.
Yeah, so Mark, you're thinking of the hardware box, Omnia. I'm using the software derivative of it.
Oh, okay. So that's like what I have, made by Clausen, the guy over there in, I don't know where he is, Central Valley, kind of East Bay.
Yeah, he's the guy that made that 9 series. I'm using the number 9 PTN.
Yeah, so I've used that stuff. It works well. I've never had any trouble with it.
So that first box he mentioned is hooking with Windows using ASIO, and that gives me that nice, very low latency. It's like 5 milliseconds. And then I'm taking what's coming out of that box, the actual analog out, and that's going into that other box, which then Thetis is looking at.
Yeah, I got it. So really this centers around ASIO, right? And its benefits and or limitations, of which there are some. Now, we're going to get off in the weeds here for just a second. I'll try to keep it relatively short. The current public branch of Thetis uses a very old version of Core Audio, the library Core Audio. That's why it only supports what it supports, right? ASIO MME, direct sound, and kernel streaming. However, in modern Windows, there's another protocol called WAS API, Windows Audio Subsystem API, and it's basically just as low latency as ASIO. So there are wrappers out there, wrappers that are open source, just a little program you download, and it basically can talk to your audio devices in WAS API, right, which doesn't have the same exclusivity requirements that ASIO does. And then it can present an ASIO device to your program that requires it. And I'm using this now, lately, on a daily basis to basically add WAS API support to older programs that just only support ASIO. And that tool is called Flex ASIO. Maybe give it a Google or something, you'll see it on GitHub. It's a flexible, universal port audio compatible library, and it's just a little exe you would download. And so if you leverage that, then you could use a mix of ASIO and WAS API to kind of accomplish all of this with one interface.
I'm going to have to read on that website what that is, but thanks for that.
Yeah, very interesting. It sounds like the technology is really advancing very nicely.
Yeah, sorry to get off in the weeds. The other way you could do that, right, is the Omnia, or whatever the processor software, that could tie up the ASIO line. You know, forget this wrapper for a second. That could tie up the ASIO line for the input, and then the output you would set to a virtual audio cable. Let's just call it VB audio cable A, right? And then on Thetis, you would just set the input on VAC to be the output of VAC audio cable A.
Of the virtual audio solutions would you use?
Yeah, I think you asked me the name. And that's the one. It's VB Audio Cable 1, VB Audio Cable 2. And if you go on their website, you'll see they talk about voice meter, banana, and all this, but they also talk about the more basic, just cable.
And that also accepts ASIO output into it?
Well, the basic one does not. The hi-fi one does. But that's what I'm saying. It's like with the wrappers, you know, if it's all WAS API, you may not even need ASIO. But if you want to go down that road, just find the hi-fi version, which is on that page, and I think it's free anyways.
Yeah, anyway, that's good information. And thanks, John.
Yeah. Sorry we got all off in the weeds. I did give you a warning.
No. That's fine. That was perfect.
All right, good. And you know, you could totally just run the two interfaces, and that's fine. But it would just drive me nuts because it's like a second thing to run, and who knows, maybe it has problems or yada yada yada. There's a lot of reasons.
I gotta step in the other room and convince my daughter it's still bedtime. KF6YIJ. Yeah, it does bother me. There's an extra box kind of sitting here, and I can see that. But it has been working for as long as it has, and it makes things pretty straightforward what's going on. But I'm gonna look up this Flex deal you mentioned. I'll be back.
All right. And I'm going to go back to what I was doing because I was trying to get off the radio for a bit, and I was listening to that YouTube stream, and it was a good topic, so you successfully brought me back for a little bit.
Yeah, good hearing everybody. I'm going to QSY here and talk to our local group. on 160. So we'll see you later. WA7CCA Big Bear.
All right, see it, Mark. WA7CCA KN6TYF 73.
Catch you later, Mark. Have a good evening, N6MED.
Oh, thanks, Craig, and welcome back.
Yeah, I was listening to the stream when I was driving down to pick up some dinner, man, and when you stream it through your car speakers with subwoofers, everything, Mark, your audio sounds really, really good in the car there.
Okay, Roger, thanks. Yeah, anyway, yeah, it's weird. You take a bunch of stuff that never worked before in other ways or in your other chain, and then you connect it up to this system, and it just comes alive.
W6JCZ.
Yeah, that's the magic of radio. And, yeah, I'll be listening out on the stream. Gotta rustle up some dinner. KN6TYF.
Okay, everyone, I gotta go. We'll see you guys later. I'll look for you tomorrow, maybe. At WA7CCA QSY.
And good evening, Jim.
Good evening. I heard you guys talking about listening to 7199 through a good set of speakers. Yeah. See, I listen through a nice set of computer speakers. It's got the two satellite speakers and a 14-inch subwoofer. All you guys really rock the desk. I love it.
Yeah, I just did that in the car. I just took John's stream here, and I, from my phone, tethered my phone, to Bluetooth and streamed it through my car speakers and the BMW. It sounded real good. So I don't do that in the shack. I typically just use, 199. I use my Bose headset quite a lot. I do have a little speaker, but I typically just use my headset. And then when I'm listening to other stuff, maybe when I'm remote, I'll listen to my Jabra earpiece there when I'm walking around the house. But I bet it sounds good there, Jim. Over.
Yeah, it sure does. It sounds like ear candy, and it's absolutely amazing how well all this goes. I got the radio hooked up to my computer via USB for the digital modes. When I want to, I can monitor the radio from my computer and have the sound come out the speakers. And yeah, it's room filling, real nice, rich, bassy, and just the right amount of high. It's that crisp high.
Yeah, copy that. All right, man. Well, good hearing you on. Sounding good out there. Hopefully the band will continue to get better as the evening rolls on. N6MUD.
All right, yeah, take care. I'm looking at my scope here, and it's wall to wall with signal here. Just left to right. There's no blanks anywhere tonight. This is W6JCZ.
got worse. It flared up and got worse. So that's the source of her pain. And Chuck, great hearing you, man.
You too. Thank you.
You have a...
La semana pasada. Y el choque se tiene dentro de la casa.
It's supposed to be on my ear, and
I lost my mind last night, and it's been, been on my mind like a lot today. I might have to, come down a lot, instead of crying about things that are changing, we have to go with the times, and, instead of talking about the problem, I gotta get to the solution. And, I do have a laptop. I got several tablets, I don't know what else, what else I need to run remote, but, that's something that, I might have to start, thinking about. Over. Uh, 30, 40 feet maybe. Yeah. I've seen a bunch of posts, the past couple of weeks, have been able to run their rallies, remote mission that on, I'm concerned of, nothing, concrete yet. I guess a part of me is like, well, you can go out and buy a G2 and get rid of your MP, and you can get a G2, blah, 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 blah. That sounds great. But then a part of me is like, well, why do you want to get a G2 and spend, $3,500? But, maybe you can get an earnings, and you can solve the problem that way. So it's like, it's a big price difference, it's like a $3,000 price difference. That's where, kind of talking and turning. I also wouldn't mind, I gotta be honest with you, if I could talk to Ramon maybe and have a box set out of the, from the Hermes. I don't know if you've seen his boxes, but, his boxes look pretty cool. N1, N2.
Yeah, well, I mean, now, there used to be a fence that separated, like, both properties, but that fence is no longer there. So now basically, it's one big piece of property now, because, unfortunately, I hate to think of it, but, someday, that's going to be mine anyway, but, so, my plan is that someday I'll probably buy my brother out and I'll own the whole thing. And, that's, I mean, like, I think it's softball. But yeah, but I mean, in case my mom starts getting hurt, last night she almost burned on the house because she had a candle on. It was really bad. And there's, I have to start going over there a lot more often, or I start going there. My stepdad's coming back from Portugal in about 20 days. So when he comes back, I don't have to worry about it as much. But I still have to worry about it because, he's kind of older too, but I mean, he's all there. So, but then again, like, I don't know how much longer he's going to endure my mom's abuse. I hate to use that word, but, my mom's gotten really weak, and she doesn't even see it, she doesn't even understand it. So, I don't expect my stepdad to be around much longer. I'm just thinking about, this is all things that are just bouncing in my head. So, I'm just trying to think one and yeah, it's, unfortunately, a lot of us have gone through it. A lot of us still have to go through it. It's a part of life, but, I also, I'm the kind of person that tries to always think ahead. And, as much as I want to, like, run and hide and not think about, reality, but, reality is that things are getting worse. And I have no problem taking care of my mother, but, like, stuff as well. So like, the whole remote thing, I never really thought that. I never really think about that. But, now it's really something that actually sounds really fun. I never thought that I would ever, that's to enjoy the XR radio at that point, things change with time, and it's okay, I'm more than okay. Yeah, Roger. This guy just sent me a message. He says that he's got earnings games down south, so I don't know. Yeah, Roger on that for sure. Nowadays to go with those, right? And that's the beautiful part about it. I mean, I know that a lot of these old timers, are like, stuck in their ways and, into grasp different ideas. It just doesn't sound right and, it can't be used to that. Modern technology is coming and going. It's a pretty amazing thing. Roger on that, Roger on that. It's sound, you know. I think everything is 100% right now. I have no problem. Yes. You want to know what I think, though, is not... I don't know. I just find it funny. So, for example, when you go on the non-website, and at the bottom, you know, it's asking that, you know, just sold, a non-8,000 just sold, a non-GQ. And it's like the thing keeps flashing over and over and over. And I think that it's made for people to think that you're selling videos that fast. And I have a really hard time to believe that that's happening at those speeds and one MB. It's amazing. Right here, I just went to the Hermes stage, and there's a guy right here. He has these Hermes in a truck. He's got a tablet, and you can see the fetus is on the tablet, and he's operating it in his car. It's just, I mean, it's awesome. Like, you know, I think that a lot of this stuff is just really cool that people have, you know, figured out how to like make all this stuff work. You know, I just think it's such a really cool little, you know, little thing to watch, right?
Echo.
for your wife, Roger. And one ND, see you later, Tom. See you later. I will definitely see you. And one ND.
I had Hermes once that penicillin took care of it.
No, Andy, no. We're not talking about herpes. We're talking about Hermes, okay?
Okay. I thought you guys were talking about Hermes. Come on, Dan, man.
I know that you got really excited because herpes is the gift that keeps on giving, but we're talking about Hermes, not herpes.
Okay. God damn it, you kill me.
Roger on that.
You never had to get an injection when you bought Hermes?
I've had a Hermes. I'm actually getting ready to buy a second one right now. I'm talking to the gentleman. I'm getting ready to buy a second one.
I've looked at him since I heard it, and you're the first guy I ever heard about talking about the Hermes, and I've looked at him. There's no question about it, and it probably looks like a pretty good deal, so that might be a future project down the road, you know what I'm saying?
Roger on that.
But when you buy one of them Hermes, you don't have to get a shot of penicillin.
Yes. Well, I'll tell you one thing, buddy. Andy. If you get yourself a Hermes, I guarantee you complete satisfaction. You will be amazed. I have a radio right here that costs almost $5,000, brand new. A 101 White Papa. It's one of these top radio. And I haven't turned it on in like 6 weeks now. Because this little Hermes has been amazing. It's not really the Hermes. It's not really the Hermes is not the part it's the software that runs the radio. It's called Feeding. That's the part that's just, it's really awesome. It goes really hand in hand.
I hear you, Dan, man. I'll tell you what you got going on there, you're crystal clear here in Pennsylvania. Man, there's just no issues. You're always on spot, on the target. Your modulation, your sound is good, your power's good. So, yeah, I can't say nothing about what you got going on down there, man, or up there, I should say. Yeah, it's definitely working well. You're always nice and clean in the PA.
Roger on that. And hopefully we're going to make a few more changes here in the next few weeks. And, we're going to get even better, hopefully. It's a little hobby. It's all good. Different strokes for different folks. I say it all the time. Just because I like something, it doesn't mean that, you gotta like it. It's always different. N1, ND, November 1, November Buck.
N1MB, KC3SEQ. I'm telling you what, you're 20 over all day long, all the time. You're always 20 over all the time. You're nice and clean. You ever hang out on 20 meters?
Yeah. Occasionally, I see, yes. I don't really ever go down there to hang out. Not like I hang out.
Breast milk. Breast milk. Oh my goodness. Nah, 20 meters was booming there a little while ago. About 2 hours ago, 20 meters was booming pretty good. Got some good contacts. Uruguay, Bermuda, California, Wyoming, Oregon. A lot of good stuff was going on down there about 2 hours ago, and that 20 meters kind of took a crap. So, I'm just curious if you ever dabbled with 20 meters.
Roger on that. Yeah, I do that occasionally. Occasionally, I get in the mood, and I'll chase the excellence. Yeah, absolutely.
Hell yeah, as good as your stuff sounds, you ought to be all over the man. That's a good sounding unit you got going on there, and for a fraction of the cost of everybody else you're talking to, man, you're getting it done.
Yeah, you might definitely want to get your hands on, one of these. They're going to start making them again very, very shortly. And I'm telling you, you would be I guarantee you. Over.
You're right on, Dan, the man. Hey, okay, I got to get going on. Great to hear you in here again. I love to hear your voice on the radio. Good to catch you in the band. And I'll catch you tomorrow night or the night after that. So, hey, I got to go to work in the morning. Take care, brother. And I'll see you soon. N1NB, KC3STQ, waving the hand, 73.
Hello?
Okay.
Okay. No, N1, NB, November 1, November Bravo.
The position of NR, NR2, and ANF, and the selections under the first column are pre-AGC or post-AGC for that, and for the position X2 would be underneath that one. That's where you would know that or find that information.
Okay, yeah, I'm doing pre-AGC. That's the default, I believe. I've never changed that.
Experiment.
Yeah, I would, because there's a major difference between the two.
Oh, well, where is that again? In which menu?
Setup
okay,
DSP.
you go over to setup, and then it's under. Where is that? It's under NR / ANF, I think.
Set up DSP, Randy.
Got it, brother. Okay, I'm post AGC.
Yeah, that's where I'm at too. Mine for some reason was on pre-AGC, and it was overloading that module, and so I put it to post, and it made a big difference.
Post is better, boys. And the gain method, I have gamma.
Yeah, that's for NR2, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's what I found is the best.
And for the NR, I have the TAPS 49, the delay 49, gain 52, and the leak 81, as per John.
That was a double. Was that you, John?
That was me. Sorry, I'm just saying I didn't really notice the difference between pre and post.
Really? Well, run it while I'm speaking. So, yeah, because you'll hear a difference with a stronger signal. I'm going to talk and engage pre-AGC, and then engage post-AGC, gain pre-AGC. Make sure your AGC gain is all automatic. Right-click on that little vertical bar so it turns green on the AGC gain. You hear any difference?
Oh, yeah, with a strong signal, made a difference. You're right. Post sounds a lot better.
Absolutely. Now, what about the, what do you have for the NR? Just tell me where the taps, the delay, the gain, and the leak is.
64, 1 second here. So NR2. 64, 16, 100, 100.
And that's for the NR. No, that's for the NR, not the NR2, the NR.
Okay, for regular NR, I've got 64, 16, 100, 100.
Oh, really? That's interesting. That's what I have on the NR for RX2. The NR for RX1, I have 49, 49, 52, and 81.
Yeah, I think those are the settings of ANF that Craig was saying.
Oh, he was. No, he was.
Well,
he was saying.
all mine are the same. All those 4 boxes have the same settings.
Oh, really? Mine are all different. My NR is starting with taps, delay, gain, and leak is 2-4-2020, and then the NR RX2 is set as default as taps 4, delay 4, gain 20, and leak 20.
Wow. Have you experimented with what they do?
Yeah, I have, and that seemed to be working for me right now at the moment. I may be able to improve upon that, but yeah, that's I've used them, and that gives me the least audio artifacts and the best noise reduction.
So the taps and the delay are at what?
Okay, so well, there's 2 settings. One's for NR and the NR2.
No, NR2. No, there is none. All there is for NR.
No, I have NR and then I have NR RX2.
Yeah, that's for the second receiver.
Oh, okay. So I see what you're saying. Okay. So yeah, those are all set, whatever the top is, the bottom is. So, yeah, it's 2-4-2020 for NR, and the ANF is 64-16-100-100.
Boy, that's it, because mine's 49, 49, 52, and 81. And I wonder where I got those things from. I might have gotten those from John. John might have experimented big time.
So I just reviewed these settings of John earlier in the night because I was asking him about this. And for NR, as far as I can tell, his are 64, 16, 100, 100, if I remember correct. Because I looked at mine, I looked at his, and we had the same for NR.
64, 16, 100, and 100 is stock.
Right. So that's what I'm saying is that I'm not sure if John changes these settings very often. I could be wrong. I mean, maybe we can ask him.
And what's your ANF setting?
The same. All of those 4 boxes there have the same settings. 64, 16, 100, 100.
Interesting. Okay. Well, I'll write mine down and change them over when I'm under some heavy noise necessity, and we'll see how it works out.
Well, all I can say now is I like how this sounds. I'm not going to, at least with you guys are strong. So I really only run NR2 when you've got really good signals, which is usually on 199. So I'm pretty happy with how this sounds now. So I'm just going to leave mine. So it was the ANF that was screwing me up.
Mark?
Yeah.
It's 2-4, 100, 100?
Let me get back to.
Because I
have
saved my original
2-4-2020.
2-4-2020?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's what I came up with. But your mileage may vary, right?
Oh, I mean, John fixed it. He's live streaming 71.99. Yeah, I would love. You know what? I just switched them over. So, no big deal. I'm going to, mine was 49, 49, 52, and 81. And I think I was just playing with it one day, and I got crazy playing with it for so many, for an hour. I said, crap, and I just left it.
Do you notice any difference?
I mean, 49, 49, 52, and 81 sounded good, and I mean, if you say this is better, then the hell, I am all for it.
Well, yeah, try it out, but you need to get under some real heavy noise where you can really use it, because that's what it's made to do, is to benefit really poor conditions. So you got to go into some poor conditions and then try it. Make sure you write everything down, or at least save the file, and so you can restore it.
So I have a quick question for you guys.
Go ahead, bro.
I don't think those NR settings and these ANF settings and any of these settings have anything to do with NR2. I feel like these settings are only just for the regular NR, right? So if you're on NR2, I don't think these settings apply.
He might be right, because there's a whole set. Well, no, there's some global for the NR2. That's interesting.
Because I just put mine all at 0 and nothing happened, no change.
Why don't you try pre-AGC, see if it doesn't?
Well, yeah, those settings definitely affect it, because if you look at the label, it says it applies right to all the settings. But I feel like those numbers that we're talking about, those don't apply to NR2, because I just put mine to 0 and I didn't see any difference.
I'm thinking, yeah, the NR settings are global for both NR and NR2.
Well, you wait and see what John says. You get his opinion, too.
Yeah, I played around with mine because I needed to play around with it, and mine was stuck on pre-AGC, and it was terrible.
But you did notice when you went to post-AGC, you got the values on the NR with the taps, delay, gain, leak. You noticed a difference when you messed with it?
Yeah, I could tell a difference. The NR adjustments there, obviously, it affected NR2. That's actually how I adjusted it, because I was getting all this underwater sound on NR2, and I wanted to, mitigate that. And so I started playing with the settings, and that's what I ended up with, the 2.4-2020.
Yes, I have no underwater, which sometimes I do. I don't hear any of that anymore.
So I don't know how effective that's going to be under, a case where you really need that noise reduction. So you got to get hammered with a lot of noise and weak signal to really appreciate it.
I don't know. I typically only use NR2 under like signals like ours, and that way it filters out all the hash, all the static crashes, and all of the stuff in the background when no one's talking. Kind of like a squelch, but really it's not. I don't really use NR2 when I'm doing weak signal work.
Yeah, I mean, I have it on now, and it just takes, it clears up everything with very, very little artifacts with my settings. But, your mileage may vary, and, hey, you can experiment with it and see what works well. So, you can, that's more ways of spending your time there, right there.
Between linear and NR and all this other stuff, right, Mark? It's a full-time job just keeping up with this stuff.
Yeah. Well, people say, I tell them I don't have any subscription television service or anything, because I do all my watching of things I need by internet and streaming. And I said, I'm not a couch potato. I don't sit down very often, except to operate and relax at parts of the day. So yeah, I mean it's a lot of fun having the ability, and you'll never ever be bored if you have one of these systems. And yeah, it's really a lot of fun if you like that kind of thing.
I mean, it makes you never want to go back to a traditional, ICOM, Yaesu, Kenwood radio. All of this advanced technology we're playing around with here.
No, I can outperform any of those radios with this software and this radio. I'm confident of that.
Yeah, I don't know how you do it, Randy. I know you got all these great radios in your shack, man, but it must be tough. It must be tough to switch between them all and get them all straight, keep them all straight and separate in your mind.
Yeah, this is my favorite non-radio.
So you're gonna buy one for the ranch there, Mark, or are you gonna just keep the older technology at the ranch?
Well, we're going to have the RF kit amp there. We'll start with that and see if it doesn't blow up. That's a real harsh environment out there with all the static. You get thousands of volts developing, on that antenna. But I've got my dissipation field built, all the arc gaps and the static drain devices, and so far so good. I haven't had any problem, and believe it or not, the only problem I've had out of that place was on a VHF UHF reading hundreds of volts. And it killed the regulator because that has an isolated ground and from the DC side of it, and there was enough voltage, that was on the chassis where that regulator operates from. It blew it up.
And 6-2IF.
That's impressive. Well, I think you've seen mine. I've got a picture of the spark plug lightning grounding system I have for my ladder line. I put that about a couple months ago, and I've only heard it zap once. It made like a spark sound, a zapping sound. So I actually heard it once, and that's it. Anyway, I figured that thing's better be safe than sorry, so that's what I use. Just 2 spark plugs, one on each leg of the ladder line. That I set the gap in a plug, and if it's strong enough, it'll connect to ground, and hopefully will direct all that energy to the ground.
Yeah, and the other thing that I did, which actually is the most important, I think, is to drain off the accumulating static, because you have to get up to a lot of, several kilovolts in order for that to jump the gap. I put 2 450 kilo ohm resistors in series. They're 5-watt resistors, I believe, on each side of the balance line to ground. So there's a constant drain with just using non-inductive resistors, of course. I think the ones all I could find were the metal filmed ones, but they work good too. But that gives it a constant bleed off at all times to ground.
Oh, that's interesting. I never thought about doing that. So that's more like just for the static, right? It's the accumulation of static, not like a big hit, but just more of a static bleed off. That's pretty smart. I have to look into that. My loop's not that big. My loop's only 130 something feet. So, yeah, that's interesting. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, that's kind of needed for desert guys. If you're out, where you have dust storms, or if you got, hail, or you got stuff, crazy stuff happening. That takes all those large antennas so they can, safely enter the shack and coexist with everything. If you forget to flip the switch, I do have a double pull, double throw knife switch, obviously, where if I'm not using it, I'll just open up the connection, and so that stuff is still in circuit, and will take care of any voltages from Mother Nature.
Hey guys. I just extensively played with NR and NR2. And Craig is right. NR just affects NR1, does not affect NR2 whatsoever. And you set up NR is what you want to set up so the most important thing is the gain. The taps and the delay could stay at 2 and 2. But the gain, what I want you to do is adjust for just a regular NR, switch it on and off so you have the same audio gain you hear from somebody. And mine is set about 127. And then the leak one, I have a 113. But Craig is absolutely right. NR2 is governed by a pair of just a few controls. One is gamma linear log, the other is gamma linear log. But the NR, the taps, the delay, the gain, and the leak just at least on my Thetis, just affect the NR1.
Yeah, that is correct. Those settings, the number of taps, the gain and the leak, that is only for LMS type noise reduction, NR1. NR2 is the right side section. I really recommend pre-AGC, gamma, and then you need the AE filter on. That's the pre-compiled spectral subtraction information.
Well, post was better for all of us.
Oh, interesting.
What's your thoughts on post, John?
Well, Dr. Warren Pratt did a lot of work, specifically on AGC, right? So that even a nearby strong signal won't drown out a weaker signal. And I think it makes a lot of sense to try and take advantage of that by using the NR2 before the AGC. Also, if you dig into WDSP, I think that's what they recommend.
It's interesting.
It didn't work for me.
Exactly like Mark says. When I engage between the pre and the post is much more freer of the watery effect.
What watery effect? You're listening to my stream, yeah? There's no water effect.
Well, on my receiver, it sounds like you're more underwater. So, John, I figured out why my NR2 wasn't working. I had the A and F engaged, and it was causing interference of NR2. I shut off A and F, and it sounds much better.
Huh. Yeah, copy.
Well, you know what? That's the beauty of us being able to adjust this pre or post. Or in John's location, it works better. In my location, I think since my antenna sucks in more more electricity from the received signal, I think mine works drop better on post, John.
Well, I would actually think it would be the other way around for that, but I'll check the documents. Hold on.
So, John, when I listen to you and I toggle it, there's no difference whatsoever. When I listen to Randy and toggle it, he sounds more underwater or under pre. So I don't know.
Who's stronger?
Give me some audio, John.
Yeah, this is KN6TYF. We're in Oakland. We're at legal limit. And I will check what's going on here, yeah.
You guys are about the same. S9 plus 15 to 20. You're both pretty close.
Both close?
And John, W6JCZ.
I wonder what the difference is.
Well, let me ask this question, Randy. When you toggle between John and me with this pre and post, do we sound the same? I mean, does it make you underwater for both signals, or is it just one? I mean, it's kind of bizarre how it acts different based on the person I'm doing it on.
Absolutely. Okay. John, say a sentence for me, brother.
Yeah, so looking at the settings, I mean, in an ideal configuration, you'd have pre, you'd have the gamma selected as the gain, Your NPE method would be OSMS, and you'd have the AE filter engaged. And a couple other things maybe is that my AGC gain is automatic, and it's set to be close to the actual noise floor. And that's about it.
I found John a little watery on both.
Can you, Randy, are you listening to the stream? Like, does my receive audio with NR2 on sound like your audio?
Okay. What's interesting with yours, believe it or not, you sound better on post than pre.
Right. So that's the same way with me, with you, Randy. You sound better on post. And then John, there's not much difference between either of them for John.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I've found that post. I've switched between the two and prefer the post overall.
But either way, I like this NR2 now a lot better than I used to because it sounds cleaner. And sometimes I forget I even have it on, and then all of a sudden when there's a little bit of silence there, I realize I have it on because I don't hear any static, which is great.
Yeah, same here.
John, you ever run into the NR1? You always go to the NR2.
Occasionally I might have NR1, but pretty much always NR2. I mean, really, for the most part. There are some interesting, discussion about AGC and how it's implemented and stuff. I cannot explain what you're seeing there. I mean, it could have something to do with the AGC of the way the AGC is set up in your config. Like if you're using any slope, which I am not. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, now the band just woke up. Now you guys were all at least 20 over.
I find NR1 works better with pre-AGC, and NR2 works better with post. But you better have the gain up in the NR1, otherwise it just mutes the radio.
Yeah, it gets real quiet. What gain are you using in NR1?
NR1 is the first one. Is the NR, those 4 values that one can put in the taps, delay, gain, leak, only affect NR1, brother. They do not affect NR2 whatsoever.
Yeah, I was asking, what is your gain on NR?
Oh, NR, I've been experimenting between 92 and 125.
Okay, let me see if that works.
I still would like to know if the audio on the stream sounds like the audio you have on your receiver.
I'm going to wait for somebody to talk.
Since you've got less noise, John, your audio on your stream sounds better than mine on my receiver.
What about you, Randy?
It sounds great from your receiver.
Yeah, okay. But does it sound like how it sounds on your radio?
No, negative. I have more low end coming out of my radio than I do, and I have the same speaker setup, same everything, same subwoofer engaged. The streaming audio is a little bit thinner than the real live audio.
Hey, John.
Yeah, so I just opened the RX filter to 0, so if you were hearing real lows, you'll start to hear those on this stream. And then go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, here's what you said.
But does it sound like how it sounds on your radio?
Yeah, that's... Oh, I guess I didn't hit play, did I?
Well, I heard a little bit of playback, but I understand how I sound. I guess what I'm... yeah, I don't know. People were saying that the NR2 sounded watery, right? And I'm running NR2 on the live stream, and I'm just wondering if the audio that you're hearing come from my receiver sounds like the NR2 on your receiver.
I don't think I'm part of the live stream, so I couldn't tell you.
It's in your email. If you check it, I sent you a link earlier today.
Oh, okay. I'll check it out.
I am part of it, John.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, like I said, I opened up the low end, so if there was a lot of lows, then maybe that'll come through.
Yes, the live stream sounds a little boxy. It's for some reason it sounds boxy as opposed to your live. When I'm hearing you live now, it's open and airy.
Yeah, copy. Thanks.
I mean, it's wonderful. When I'm barbecuing outside, you have this live stream on. I can still partake and listen to all my buddies.
Yep.
Well, Randy, when you're driving, man, I was driving today and I had to pipe through my stereo system on my car. It sounded amazing.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You Bluetooth it into your car, right?
Yeah, roger that. It sounds really good. It's almost worth like someone just getting a Hermes and just dedicating it to a streaming radio, right? And that leave it on 199. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, well, the other SDR receivers, the AirSpy, actually, this is going to be maybe a little bit controversial, but out of all my receivers, man, the AirSpy sounds the best. It's got the best DSP and the best audio quality. It's crazy.
What about the SDR play?
Double there, Mark, to answer your question. The SDR play is a close, very close second, but it is second.
Okay, well, I have the second model. Does that count? SDR Play 2?
Yeah, I got the RSP DX here, so same generation, I think.
Do they have NR2?
Yeah. The AirSpy's got way more advanced than just NR2. It's got all sorts of stuff. In fact, I'll probably mess around with that a little bit and get it on stream. That was the plan. I was trying to work on that yesterday a little.
Yeah, my friend over in Cottonwood, Arizona has one of those AirSpys, and he always records me on that a lot of times and can capture the waveform and everything in video.
Yeah, they sound really good, so.
Yeah, I think you might be right there because I've listened to it and it sounds pretty good. Yeah, I don't know what they did with that SDR play, but they changed the software And then they erased all the older versions from their website. But I was fortunate to save a copy of it because I don't like any of the new software. I use the old version.
Well, the new version is SDR Connect, and the beta or alpha that just came out. So I think SDR Uno is still on their website.
Yeah, but it was like one of the early versions of Uno, and then they changed it, and then I never could adjust to the new, so I reverted.
Oh, I got it. Yeah, I used SDR Uno before it was SDR Uno, many years ago, and it was okay. But the new one is good. I think it's worth figuring out.
W6JCZ.
Yeah, hey Jim.
Are you guys talking about SDR Connect, or did SDR Uno just get a massive update?
No, it's SDR Connect.
Got it, yeah. From what I can tell, SDR Connect is still in, like, I won't even call it beta. It's more like an alpha stage. There's a lot of features that are still missing from it. It works, and I guess people have been clamoring for them to release a preview version, and they did just that. So I guess for the Mac and Linux users, they have something now. But on Windows, I'd still stick with SDR Uno until they further flesh out SDR Connect.
Yeah, for sure. But they did tell people that they would have it ready like months ago, so that is kind of their bad.
Yeah, I know everyone's been asking about it, and I guess that's why they released a in development version. I mean, I like the interface. It's a lot better than SDR Uno, at least that's my opinion, but there's just a lot of functionality they have yet to add to it.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to get the AirSpy going here. And when I do that, I won't be transmitting, I'll just be receiving. So I'll just go into listening mode for a few minutes, and then you guys can hear it on the stream.
Was that Raul I just heard earlier?
I didn't hear.
You got three of us. You got Mark, you got Craig, and you got me, Randy.
Or earlier today. It's been a while since I talked to him.
Double. I found a good setting, boys, for NR. Taps 10, delay 3, gain 425, leak at 137. So when I switch the NR on and off, the volume stays the same on the radio.
What's the settings again?
10, 3, 425, and 137.
All right, so if you're, whoop. All right, Craig. So if you're listening to the stream, or Randy, oh, are you watching the stream?
The work is great, right?
Well, you get a few more dB from the other thing, but it still works wonderful. I mean, you still get a beautiful set of railroad tracks, but
no. If you have an amp that has
you're right.
substantial
If
distortion,
the linearity is matched from the 2 amps, then there'll be no difference, right?
I mean, if your amp is tuned correctly, if you put some loading back into it, if you feed it a clean signal, you got a beautiful, AB1 amplifier that's tuned up correctly. It's not going to introduce any extra distortion if things are set correctly.
Yeah, I mean, but nothing can track perfectly, and that's why you need it.
Absolutely. Having a external sending unit is way better than just using the one built in. But the one built in is better than any other radio on the market, so that's a good thing. And I thought the 7610 is going to get a software update that allows the audio to feed back into the FPGA to simulate what we have.
Oh, it's going to get a software update. It's just a matter of how they're going to implement it. So did you see the 7 or 8 different supposedly implementations of pre-distortion, like the different modes you can supposedly run it in?
Oh, not at all. I did not see anything. I'm just going by ear.
Yeah, so that is just a person's presupposed modes. The 7 or 8 modes that has nothing to do with ICOM. Yeah, the 7 or 8 modes, it has nothing to do with ICOM. That's just one ham's presupposed different ways of running it. And running Pure Signal with only the built-in coupler, sorry, here's the halfway award for you. Great, you've got a really clean transceiver that you pump into an amplifier that has a distortion level of -30 or whatever it may be. The amp is going to be -30 whether or not you're feeding in -60, signal. So if you're going to do it all the way. They're going to use the ALC line for the feedback loop. That's the idea. Now, that's not 100% guaranteed. There's no new information as of yet. Yeah. The reason this works at all is because the 7610 has had a distortion line and a sampler built into it since it came out years ago. Like we were talking about this a few months ago. I said I kind of went through the schematic and it's there. It's open source. No. It is free to use. It is open source. That is why they didn't adopt it. Because if they integrate open source products into their closed source software, they may be liable to disclose the source of their closed source software. So, That's not to say that they couldn't do a clean sheet implementation. Like, Pure Signal is not new technology, and the version in WDSP is just but one implementation. There's even hardware chips that do pre-distortion. Yeah, I mean that's what that's one reason, I suppose. But Smart SDR in general, right, is closed source, and Flex's previous SDR software, Power SDR, was open source. That is the bones of Thetis and HP SDR and all that. Yeah. No, I know. Um, Not everything that gets written there is true or correct. Some of it's total crap, but most of it I think is pretty good. Absolutely. The other thing they could do, like Dr. Warren Pratt is pretty easily reachable. I'm sure he would have done an implementation. He could even have done a quote closed implementation for Flex, for a nominal fee or whatever. But I think really what it came down to is that there's no competition in the marketplace. The Flex transceivers are really clean to begin with, like minus 40 kind of levels. And who's going to do it? It's going to be such a small percentage of their customers, so why spend all the time? Yeah, that's actually probably pretty accurate. uh, Maybe Flex being the iPhone and Thetis being Android. Well, anyone, Craig, you still have the stream up? Did you see me have the AirSpy going?
You sound like you have additional filtering for the bandwidth. I would expect your audio to sound different for the occupied bandwidth there, Craig.
Oh, something happened. I'm at 3K. What the heck? Hold on. Not sure what happened. We're at 5K. Let me see. Does the audio sound better there, Mark? N6MUD.
Yeah, but for the bandwidth you were running, I was listening to it. It sounded like it was like the equalization was kind of weird in that bandwidth.
Oh, really? Okay, hold on.
Yeah, I think you sound pretty much like pretty normal now, but yeah, I don't know why, because when I switch my bandwidth, I don't have that kind of radical change of sound, except what you might expect.
Still alpha. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not sure what happened there, but I'm at 5 now. I usually run at 3, and no one's complaining about my 3, so I'll have to go look at my EQ and see what happened, if anything happened at all, but there shouldn't be too much difference. I'm looking at my equalizer right now, transmit equalizer, and there's really not much difference between 3 and 5 in terms of my EQ levels.
Yeah, I'm seeing a roll-off in your in the waterfall here. Let's see. I don't know. I don't know what I'm seeing here right now. See, wait a minute. I'll have to calibrate things to tell you exactly, but yeah. Can anybody else give Craig some comment?
Well, John's got a stream up here on 199, and yeah, you're right. I'm looking at my signal in the waterfall there, and something's going on. I don't know. I'm not sure what could be causing. Why would I be restricted right now at because it looks like it's filtering out of the highs there, right, Mark?
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. And I'm running 4 right now because I was running 4 on. I don't know why I put it there, how it got there, but yeah, you could see like a brick wall in the waterfall at some frequency there. I can measure it.
Okay, hold on. Let me shut down Thetis and reopen it 1 second.
Roger.
How is that breaking station? I heard him there. This is W6JCZ. Kilo Alpha 7 station. This is W6JCZ.
Okay, very good. I was hoping to join the group here. I've been listening to you guys for a few minutes. Name is Lima Yankee, November. I'm located in Las Vegas.
Copy that, Lynn. Can I get the suffix of the call sign again?
Kilo Alpha 7, Sierra Charlie Hotel.
Alright, yep. Sierra Charlie Hotel. Got you. Yeah, you're a bit weak around a S3 into Woodland, California, although I can definitely copy you.
Okay, roger. Well, listen, I'll listen around a little bit and try to make some comments. One of the things I am interested in is I'd like to maybe get an amplifier for my station so that I can actually talk to them. And so for those of you who have amplifiers, nice for me if you would tell me what you have. It's this KE7SPH.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, KN6TYF for Kilo Alpha 7 Sierra Charlie Hotel, I think.
Yeah, this is Kilo Alpha 7 Sierra Charlie Hotel. Go ahead.
Yeah, the SPE amps are okay, for sure. I think it would be good to understand, like, what does your station look like now? What kind of antenna do you have? What kind of exciter would you use? And if there's any budget, constraints.
Well, the radio I'm using is a good one. It's the FTDX Plus. And it seems to be doing a good job for me. The antenna, now I live in a confidence-controlled area, so I opted to go with an end-fed wire. I have a 5-to-1 balance at the point, and I'm using 100 watts. Now, I do real well in those circumstances where 100 watts is appropriate, but obviously at nighttime, when you guys are running a little more power, I can't talk to you very well. So I've been thinking about maybe picking up an amplifier that is around 500 watts, or at least toning it down to about that. That's the limit of the antenna that I'm using right now. It's actually this is a balance before it fries. So that's kind of where I am right now. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for sharing, by the way. Just as a show, I guess, like I'm running a legal limit here. And this is an RF2KS. It's made by a company called RF Kit. And it's basically a 2 kilowatt LDMOS legal limit amplifier and tuner. Yeah, so if I reduce power here, let's see, hello, check. Here is about 600 watts. And this is about the power level you would have if you got yourself like an Ameritron AL811. Which is a 500, 600 watt amplifier, pretty low cost, manually tuned, manually band switched, and I think that probably wouldn't be an issue for you, given that you're not using a radio that's remote. You're just sitting there in front of it. Yeah, so that's usually good value if you can find one used. If you're looking for a little bit more power, like the kilowatt range, the Ameritron AL80B is usually a good buy. Again, on the used market, maybe $1,100, $1,200. Other than that, anything bigger or fancier is going to step up in cost quite a lot.
Okay, well, I basically understand what you were talking about there. I've looked at these different amplifiers online. I'm not going to be able to modify the antenna very much because of the control. But what I did discover is that if you use the right wire in the right part of the yard, it cannot be seen from the street, which is the only real restriction we have in this area. And so as long as I continue to use a wire that is probably somewhere between 60 and 65 feet, and have a good balance and a good transmission line, I should be able to add a little bit of power. I'm thinking, by 400 to 500 watts, that it might be enough that I can talk to the guys in California in the evening. It's a little frustrating here. I can talk wherever I want to on 20 meters as long as there's no pileup. But when it comes to kind of recreational talking in the evenings when everybody in California is talking, I'm kind of dead on the water. So anyway, that's my motivation. I'd like to open up my experience a little bit. Go ahead.
Yeah, Lynn, this is Jim again, W6JCZ. So, yeah, I'm probably in the same situation as you. I'm also in a HOA. So, yeah, I run everything in my backyard. I've got a end fed just like you. I also have a homemade 20-meter dipole and a 40-meter dipole. So right now I'm talking on the 40-meter dipole. And I'm only really using 350 watts. So this amp can do 1,300, but I typically run it around 400 to 500 watts. Over?
Well, that was what I was hoping I'd be able to do, because my thought was if I could just get another couple of hundred watts and bring my dB gain up just a little bit, that people in California would be able to hear me. And it doesn't take that much. Now, I do have a power limit with my balun, but that doesn't mean that I can't replace the balun either. So for right now, that's what I was going to do. I'm not that familiar with amplifiers, and I'm assuming that if you either turn down the input from your transceiver or decrease the amount of voltage from your power supply, that amplifier is going to produce less output. But I'm not exactly sure how that works, and I haven't been able to get that figured out very well by just surfing the internet. So if you guys have trouble with your acquisition as well, go ahead.
Yeah, you never want to reduce input power into your amplifier in an attempt to lower the output.
Oh, that was cool.
You would lower the output power from your exciter, that is, the transceiver you're using. So right now, for example, I'm putting around 35 watts into this amplifier, and that gets me around 400 watts output. And yeah, if I turn the power on my radio all the way up to say 85.
Frequencies without a whole lot of problem. I do have to use an internal tuner on this radio to get that to match. But if I would use a little higher power on 20 meters or on 40 meters, would I also need different external matching? Go ahead.
Yes, you would. So the internal tuner you're using on your radio only affects what the radio sees. You definitely want a tuner between the amplifier and antenna. In fact, in most stations, if you don't have a dedicated watt meter, the tuner should be the first thing the antenna sees, and then everything else is after the tuner. So yes, you would need a tuner capable of handling the full output power from your amplifier. Over.
Comment? Yeah, so if you're able to tune up your antenna now using the internal tuner on your radio, then you likely will not need an external tuner unless you go for a solid state amplifier. So most tube amps, you'll notice they've got a couple knobs on the front to tune up the amp. A tube amp will pretty easily couple into, even up to a 3-to-1, maybe even a 4-to-5-to-1 SWR, no problem, just by nature of its tunable output, really. And for a long time, that's how I ran the station here, because I've got a fan dipole that's, pretty much resonant on all the bands I want to operate, maybe from 2-to-1, maybe 2.5-to-1, and just radio goes into the tube amp, which is connected to the antenna, and that works absolutely fine. So I would stay away from getting a tuner unless you really need it.
Good advice.
Okay, well, I kind of suspected that, but I wasn't quite sure. It's still a little new to me. To be honest, I've had a license since 1970. Yeah, so this is all new ground to me. But, no, that does make sense. And I've looked at a few different, I don't want to spend $4,000 on a tuner. It's worth more than all the other radios I have here. But there are a couple of solid state tuners that are made by Ameritron that are very affordable. Now, I don't know about the quality of the Ameritron compared to other ones. Although the other thing I found out was that not many people make amplifiers, and that's one of the reasons why EX Engineering and Gigaparts and HRO and all the other ones carry that one primarily. And then they've got that Italian version, and then there's the Bulgarian version. And the one from Bulgaria actually looks really good, but it's about $4,000, which I don't think I want to pay. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me pick this up here. So the Ameritron solid state stuff, honestly, just stay away from it. The money you save up front, you will pay over the lifetime of the unit to replace the FETs or other things from its many generations ago, microcontrollers and PA devices. I'm sure they work for the hams that have them, but there are much better options on the market today. And really, honestly, man, I think you should forget the thousands of dollars, especially as a first amplifier. I don't think it makes sense to spend, $3 or $4 grand. I think you should find yourself a used tube amp, an AL811 or AL80B, something that works on 120 volts. That kills two birds with one stone, because you're not worried about finding a big, heavy-duty 12-volt power supply, right? And then you're not worried about tuning it because it's already got an adjustable tuner in it. That's a really good place to start. Besides, you have like some power limits anyways. So do that. And, if you have the bug enough that you want more power, well, raise your antenna up some more. That gets you power both directions, right? Getting your antenna up higher, because an amplifier only gets you more power one direction, and they may be able to hear you, but you can't hear them. Doesn't do you all that much good.
Well, yeah, I get that. The majority of the time I can hear people. This is a really good receiver, and I've got a lot of controls that I can pull that signal out. But often, people that I can hear, I cannot talk to. And my sense is that if I just even had 300 or 400 watts on this wire, that I would do a better job. I still couldn't compete with the big boys, but I would do a little bit better. And this is the time of the evening that I like using the radio the most, and this is the most active band. And so that part makes sense to me, and that's why I'm kind of researching this stuff. But like I said, I didn't know very much about it. If it was UHF or VHF, I would probably be right there. I'd know exactly what I was doing. But down here, in these HF areas, new territory for me. But it's exciting, and it is a lot more interesting than UHF. To tell you the truth.
Radio Victoria.
Yeah, HF is a ton of fun. Copy, Scott. Man, tubes is such a nice, fun place to start, because they light up, they work well, usually, and they're cheap. So if you do something dumb, blowing up a tube is actually pretty hard to do. But blowing up finals in a solid-state PA, well, people do it all the time, unfortunately. Which is why all the latest and greatest have, oodles of protection, because they need it. Yeah. Well, I blabbed on enough about this anyways. Check out QTH, check out QRZ, and then maybe any local ham swap stuff. See if you can't find someone to sell you, 500-600 watt HF amp, and enjoy.
Okay, well, that's good advice. We do have a swap meet here in Las Vegas. I don't know, every Saturday. I listened to the Las Vegas Amateur Radio Society broadcast yesterday, and they talked about the swap meet that's going to be going on this coming weekend. So maybe I'll go down there and at least get my feet wet. So, well, thank you, all you guys. I appreciate you interrupting your normal conversation to accommodate me. So, anyway, have a good evening, all of you. I'm going to back away and listen to you guys. This is K7SPH in Las Vegas.
Real comment.
Yeah, go, Scott.
Hey, Scott. Good evening.
Hey guys, real quick, I was going to come in here. I left my radios on. I came in here to turn it off, but I heard the comments. The gentleman in Las Vegas, just so I'll give you a radio signal report. I'm down here in Southern California in Mission Viejo. You're about a solid S9. Not really loud, but loud enough I can pick you up pretty good signals there. And if you know anybody looking for a solid state amplifier with a matching tuner, I know someone who might be selling one, and it's by Elecraft. It's a good power combo. So if you know anybody, let me know, and I can hook them up with yours truly. N6RV, Las Vegas. You copy? Okay.
Finish your call sign, please.
Yeah, November 6th, Radio Victoria, N6RV. Name here, Scott.
Okay, I copy that. N6RV. Yeah, thanks. And I would know how to get a hold of you through QRZ. Alrighty, I appreciate that. So you guys carry on here, and I'm surprised that I'm making it to California with a 5.9. I didn't think I could do that. But in addition to this good recently. So, all right, just get to KA7FCA.
All right, Lynn. Yeah, thank you very much for joining in. Always nice to hear some new voices on frequency here. This is Jim, Whiskey 6, Juliet, Charlie, Zulu, handing over to the other guys on frequency.
Hey, Scott, did you fix your YouTube issue?
No, I haven't been able to get a hold of James. He's the only one who can really probably tap into my computer here and figure it out. So, no, not yet, but I hope to by tomorrow, because it's driving me nuts not being able to key into that YouTube, but I'll figure it out. Boy, I was going to say, boy, you and John are just coming in gangbusters here. And Las Vegas came in a solid S9 with at times 5 and 10 over. So his wire is doing the job out there. You pick him up pretty good down there in San Diego there, Craig?
Oh, yeah, Las Vegas station. I didn't catch you close in there, but you're about an S9 into San Diego. So good job, man. 100 watts. Good signal here. All right, yeah, there's a lot of guys out here. I just let everyone know I rebooted my Thetis, and I think that fixed my audio issues. I was having all types of audio issues. Rebooting it fixed it. Can Mark or John or one of you guys, can you confirm is my audio fixed? I'm running 5K wide here in 6MUD.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I think it's good there, Craig. WA7CCA Big Bear.
Okay, no idea what the hell happened there, but anyway, good to see that rebooting the whole restarting Thetis and rebooting my PC fixed it. All right, N6MUD back lurking.
I think I know what happened is you were poking at it and it changed audio devices because it sounded like it was picking you up from, I don't know, like a built-in mic or something like that.
Oh, it could have been my Jabra, huh? Maybe that's what happened. I don't know, man. That's weird. Okay, thanks a lot.
Yep.
Yeah, the band is changing. The signals are really fading, and the Las Vegas station was not too strong here up in the mountains. So I guess the band is lengthening out.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you are 20 over here. Which amp are you running there, Mark?
Oh, this is the KPA 1500 here.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. And you got a pure signal all hooked up and everything, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Yeah, 20 over, Mark. Great signal.
Yeah, and I've been vacillating between the 40-meter antenna here. This is configured as a... I chose this for the takeoff angle. It's not a big DX. It's a broadside to San Diego and to...
Yeah, it's working great. God, this thing puts out so much power on 40 meters. It's like ridiculous.
Yeah, you gotta watch. You gotta be careful, man, that, you don't overdrive it, because before you know it, 2 kW's right there.
Have you ever... I don't think I've ever gotten mine to go there. Like, even max drive, let's see, yeah, maximum drive... Well, okay, it gets close, but not quite.
What What are you putting out right now, Brian? Where are you at on that thing?
I did it. Well, I didn't do it when I was talking. I did it just when I was tuning up, with a tune, CW tone.
Yeah, Scotty, so that's 57 watts indicated in, and that's 1.85 kind of out, and that's the maximum. If I go any more, it'll trip the max input power limit.
Yeah, and that's in the dummy load, of course.
Yeah, into the dummy load.
Yeah, exactly, dummy load. Well, John, we can adjust that tripping if you want.
Yeah, so I do have that Bird dummy, the big oil cooled one, and it's hooked up, and I was testing that earlier today, actually, because in Thetis you can like right click the sliders and set limits, right? So I went through and I figured out where the trip point is on all of them, and set those as limits, so I can never trip it by overdriving the amp.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I do that all the time on mine, right? Because low drive, you can trip it really easily. So, but here's the thing: I'm not sure if you want to be driving it into a dummy load very hard. I just don't think it's good on the amplifier,
Oh well, I'm in trouble then because I've been doing 2 kilowatts into the into the dummy load for like a while. In order for you to make that report, just that report alone is probably a day worth of testing.
What are you putting in
a day worth of 2 kilowatt testing?
About what, 20 watts or so? 25 watts?
These things are built like tanks, then, huh?
Well, yeah, double. Scotty, I'm putting for legal limit. Let me see. Yeah, legal limit in. For me on 40 meters means 21 watts of input.
Yeah, I'd have to put in about 21 watts as well. I keep mine down right now. It's at about 1,400 watts output, and I'm putting in about, on this Lux here, about 18 watts. 17, 18 watts, right in that area, right in that range.
Yeah. And then Craig, yeah, I don't think doing that amount of power into the dummy load, I don't think it's hard on the amp. It's hard on the dummy load.
Well, I should. Let me ask this question. Since I'm low drive, right? Is it making you? I don't think it really matters how much you're driving it. I think ultimately, at the end of the day, the transistors is all about how much power they're putting out, or is it the amount of gain? Because being low drive, there's a lot more gain going on at the way I've got mine set up versus yours, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, yes and no, because ultimately it's the same, right? It's just that I have some input attenuators that are reducing the signal before it gets to the gates of the transistors, whereas yours doesn't. So ultimately, it's the same amount of power being sent.
Oh, that's true. All right, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. I gotcha.
Yeah. In your Thetis there, even at low drive, I think you can still set a power limit, yeah?
Oh, I do. I set it. I right-click on the drive in a slider, and I set limits there. But you're right. Every band's different, and there's other variables that go into play there. The antenna you're on, and there's various things that go into play as to when you get the overdrive message, for sure.
Yeah, I found it to be pretty similar online, that it will trip out overdrive like around 56 or 57 watts of input on almost every band. Yeah. Now some bands take more drive for the same amount of power. Like on 20 meters, I can barely get legal limit out of this thing.
Hey guys, this is Jim. Great conversations. I'm about to go to bed, so take care, everyone. W6JCZ going QRT.
7-3.
Catch you later, Jim.
See ya.
See, Mark, these are all the great things you've got to look forward to when you get your RF2KS.
Oh, yeah. And, the most important things that I've found out about solid state amps, number one is protection. That's the number one thing. And then the second thing would be cooling on the amp. And in that order, because if you don't have those two things, I think you have a nightmare on your hands down the road.
Yeah. I would pretty much agree with that. And the RF kit has a lot of smarts, and it's a really cool amp, but it's not built to a commercial standard, and it will not do 100% duty cycle.
Yeah, but I mean, look, compared to, the so-called, world's greatest amps that don't even have pin diode switching.
This is true. I mean, I actually got QSK working from my Anon, which I was kind of butthurt about that, I was doing all my amp keying before from an open collector output, because then I could enable and disable it in software. But if you do QSK, that doesn't work. So I had to go back to using just the regular RCA, and I actually have QSK CW at like legal limit, just like that, which is amazing.
Oh yeah, I mean that's really a big feat in technology. To be able to do that, it's wonderful. That the radios that are produced here, at least the serious ones, I think, they go to all this trouble, to engineer their radios, and then oops, they forgot something. One of the most important things. It's crazy.
Well, I'm sure there's some cost. Probably not insubstantial cost either, or inconsequential to like doing the pin diodes properly, because they got to get biased up at 400 volts and all this. So you got to figure out the controllers and yada yada yada. But having, for me, like the ability to have all the band switching done over the network, and to do that on 2 different radios or 3 different radios even, that's huge. I could do that from the Icom with a CIV cable. I could do it from the Flex with CAT, and from the Anon on TCI. And it's just awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the, biggest bang for the buck.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think you'll see once you get it, is it the best engineered thing in the world? No. Do I have some gripes with it? Yeah, I do. But bang for buck, I think it's unbeatable. Other than in used amplifier, because a used amp will always be the best bang for the buck, or broken one that someone else has broken and I can fix.
Yeah, Roger on that. And then, of course, if you got a pair of 3500 Zulus, I think, by the time you're done, I think you're up at $800 now to replace the tubes, or am I mistaken? I think maybe they're a little bit less. I don't know, but yeah, it's crazy, and the quality of the tubes are not that good. And I was going to ask Jim over there in Woodland, who signed on here. IMAC has a facility in his city there that rebuilds all kinds of tubes. It's called Econco, and they're owned by Varian, and they're over there. And I had a tour of that facility. It was fascinating how they take all the tubes apart and, able to, to put in some new components as needed and turn them around. But, that's a great place to go and watch a little bit of engineering.
That's cool. They're in Woodland, huh? I know the CPI was out here in San Carlos, but maybe those days are gone.
Yeah. So anyhow, I think CPI or Varian, whoever they are now, they bought Econco a while back. probably 10 years ago or better. And it's a fun place to visit. You call them up on the phone and say, hey, I'd like a tour. You can get a tour through there.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. I find myself up in that neck of the woods every so often, so maybe I'll have to give him a ring and I'll be like, hey, let me let me check out this place. I remember you were telling me about the tour at some point. It sounded really cool.
Yeah, well, anyway, yeah, it's there, and I think they'll still, they're really friendly. It's like, you're out in the middle of nowhere, but Woodland is building up. That whole area around Sacramento is, but you probably get a tour, and they can show you how they do a few things. I don't know if everybody is still there. I know a few people who had worked there when I went through there last, and it was cool. I had a transmitter site for an FM broadcast station about 2-3 miles away, and when the tube shorted out, I wanted a spare one right away on the shelf, so I'd go there and they would either I used to actually and then have those rebuilt, because you never know what kind of rebuilt tube you're going to get. If it's like rebuilt something that was totally abused, you don't want that. You never know what the envelope is going to be like. So I'd buy like new tubes and buy off. I can take them out there, and I said, I don't want one rebuilt, and it would be just like new, and even replate the anode and all that stuff. It's just a fantastic, and a lot of different technologies that you can see there. How they take the tubes apart, and how they put in the new filament, and with the thoriated tungsten and all that.
Yeah. And I think they're still doing it to this very day. So definitely something that might be kind of cool. I wonder if I could go home with a tube, maybe a 3CX 3000 or something unobtainium. Probably not, but I don't know.
Well, they don't rebuild the smaller ceramics, only the big ones. They don't do like 4CX 1000s or 3000s. They don't stuff, and their biggest clients are in other parts of the world, actually, down in Central America, South America. But if you got something like a 4CX 10,000D or a 3CX 35,000 or whatever, they those are the tubes that they do.
Yeah, copy. I went and took a look at the cost on the 3-500s, just because I was curious, and it looks like the prices have gone up substantially. It looks like it's $250 each now, and that's pretty much the same price whether you buy one or you buy four. $250.
Yeah, okay. So that's like, those are no doubt, all that stuff is built like in one place in China, I think, these days.
Yeah, the same company making the ones for Penta, which, the 572Bs, that was a whole saga. Those were junk. Actually, I was thinking I might screw around and get the old tube amp on the air tonight, just for giggles, because it's been a while since I ran it.
Yeah, what was that Russian manufacturer, Cervanta or something?
Oh, Svetlana.
Yeah, Sevlana. Yeah, I bought a couple of their tubes, and they wouldn't even tune up in my rig.
Yeah, that's too bad. The Svetlana 572Bs were like not even 572Bs technically. They're like some weird spec and didn't match standards.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on there, but in the middle of the night, you want to do a tube swap and then get the heck out of Dodge. That's what you wanted to do. You didn't want to. You were working on too many different things all at the same time. You were not an AI robot.
Well, I don't know. I might be an AI robot. No, but I hear ya. Did we lose Scotty and Craig and everyone? I don't.
I'm hearing 6MUD.
Yeah, I might be going nuts, but I feel like I'm hearing something out there, but they're like right at my noise. Yeah, I'm hearing my name, but you're like 0 dB above the noise floor.
Whiskey 6, Charlie Victor Alpha, copy me now.
That's a little better. Still weak, but better.
Wait, that's interesting. Why am I so weak?
I don't know. The noise is S5 and you're S5 and a quarter.
That's interesting. I got 0 noise, 0 quiet noise, and you said that's 5S unit?
Yeah, S5, pretty quiet actually.
Did my modulation or anything go up at all?
Yeah, not much.
All right, thank you. Thank you, John. W6CB, clear.
Yeah, okay. Maybe just the conditions or something. God, even the solid state amp kind of heats up the room a little bit.
I was gonna say, John, if you're gonna plug in that tube amp, man, it's kind of a hot night for that, isn't it?
Yeah, I was just thinking that. It's like, it's kind of hot in here, and I guess the nice thing about the tube amp is it only heats the room up when I'm yakking, but it still definitely heats the room.
Do you plan on keeping that tube amp for a while, or is it like a backup maybe, or did you think you're eventually going to sell it?
Well, I got my AL811 back from my buddy, and I think I might keep that one. Like, I'm gonna go through it and make sure it's all working properly and stuff, and I'm sure that it is, but just make sure it's good and reliable, and then maybe just keep that one because it's a little bit smaller, a little lighter, a little easier to deal with and keep around. And then, yeah, maybe I'll sell this AL572 and move on.
Put it towards the was it the OM Power or whatever they call that amp, the one, the bigger one. Maybe put it towards that fund there in the future.
That would be a lot of fun, but I think I don't have a dummy load big enough for that.
Well, it's all about headroom, right? That's what Damon always says. It's all about headroom, but it's nice to have options if you need them.
That is, I mean, that's true, but too much headroom means bad efficiency. Electricity is expensive here. 55 cents a kilowatt hour or something. So I don't want to run a transformer, 5 kVA worth of transformer if I'm only need 2 really. So I'd probably go for the, well, we'll see. I don't know. We'll see. I'm thinking the 2 kilowatt one, the OM2000A, which is nicely built, but not too overbuilt. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I think you'll be going. It'll feel like a step back in time after your RF2K. I don't know, but I guess you're a purist at heart there, so it's probably always good to have a tube amp in the shack there. So I get it.
Well, the other thing too is that tubes age, and which means so does the tuning and bias and everything. So it's an ongoing effort to monitor it and to keep it in adjustment. And that's something I think is since you don't have to really do that all that much with solid state components, that's a big hindrance to wanting to go back into the tube age.
Yeah, that is all totally true. That's why I'm thinking, like those OM powers, they have tons of monitoring and computer control, automatic tuning, and then also like automatic tuning and monitoring of like the bias. Yeah, so I don't know. I haven't looked into it that much. Maybe one will come up used. That would be nice. Oh yeah, I remember where I was going with that. Those big ceramic tetrodes at least are still available. Because some of the triodes, the ceramic triodes, are just unobtainium.
Yeah, and the triodes, they give you the biggest bandwidth in many cases, which, but they, of course you gotta drive them differently. So you may need a big, huge IPA.
Yeah, it's true. Like even that 3CX15, or 3CX, 1500, you want to get everything out of it, you probably need more than 100 watts coming in, so. But I guess that's the nice thing with the tetrodes, right? With the screen, the gain or the drive requirements are very low, and they're pretty clean. I'm probably not as clean, but still clean enough.
Yeah, all those tubes, you need an IPA in there that puts out 150, 200 watts for like a, 4CX 5000 or something like that. But, and of course, you may want to, run it in a different class of operation and all that kind of stuff. It's just, I don't know. It's just like working under the hood of a an aged automobile for me. You got to have all this stuff working. You got to have cooling. It's got to be in a big box, and if you like it, that kind of stuff, and want to preserve history, and have that on your side, that's good. But yeah, you'll never. It's a hard thing to describe unless you've been there.
I still always I get hung up on like, the tubes are like voltage devices, right? They really there's a lot of sense in like using them for this application, whereas the LDMOS, I think it's a little bit harder. They're more of a current device. So there's just something in the back of my brain that says, "Oh yeah, tubes for radio,"
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's absolutely right. Because you always want voltage. Voltage is, EMF, and so current doesn't do the work, does it?
Absolutely. So, even with the RF2K as the daily driver, like, man, I love playing with tubes. I think what I'm hearing is I need a rack where I can put all this stuff.
Yeah, just make sure, you get a good set of those silicone gloves so you can pull them out hot. At least, when you turn off, you don't have to wait like 20 minutes. You can pull them out like after maybe, 5 or 10 minutes that way.
Yeah. Actually, I just steal the silicone like oven glove that we have, and it works great.
Yeah, there you go.
Also, I just have this idea that like, as time goes on, maybe more of this tube stuff will turn up cheap, and might be able to pick up some nice gear that's like, I don't know, past the curve and have fun with it.
Yeah, and of course, make sure that, the silicone gloves are good for, against electrocuting yourself too, if there's some residual that you didn't drain off. But I have plenty of stories. I had a 30 kilovolt supply and a pulse width modulated transmitter I was working on back in the 80s. And I forgot to reconnect the bleeder circuit back in, and I shut the thing off, and the plate current meter, power supply meter, I should say, just sat there, I don't think if I came back a day later, it would probably would, instead of at 30 kV, it would be at 15 kV. So I couldn't do that. So I had to bleed off that supply really quickly. So I had to use some. First, I had to get some ear protection to do it.
Yeah, I bet. And a big old Jesus stick on a really long pole.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, Jesus stick, that's for sure. So yeah, I had that, and boy, it was in a cinder block building, but anyhow, we got everything working again, and you really don't want to short out, your big capacitors, but hey, the oil filled ones, 10, 30 microfarad caps, big ones, they can handle it, a direct short. And it's really, even when you short them out, it's really not really a direct short, because, you have some current limiting, around.
Yeah, well, that's what they're doing at the National Ignition Facility. By the way, I've never felt as like the heebie-jeebies as much as I did walking through that place, because they have huge rooms that are just filled floor to ceiling, wall to wall, with giant racks of oil-filled capacitors, and the rooms are so dangerous. Like there's double doors with interlocks and electronic locks, and they said, okay, so these racks are built with like modules, right? And one oil-filled cap is probably maybe 2 foot by like 4 foot, right? And maybe 8 inches tall, and they slide in and out of the rack. And they said they've only had one let go twice, and each time one let go, it basically shook the building, you know, a huge white flash and a mess everywhere.
Oh yeah, and then I mean, if you ever looked at the rectifier cases for the big over the horizon radar units, yeah, I mean they're all filled with oil and stuff for cooling and all that stuff, but yeah, that stuff is crazy. Yeah, that's just like. What we do is just like, microscopic level compared to some of that big stuff.
Great.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, just a little story. Yeah, back in the 1970s and 60s, I used to go into war surplus stores. The oil-filled capacitors still had a charge on them from World War II.
What'd you say?
Back in the 1960s, we used to go to war surplus stores in Canada, and the oil-filled capacitors,
George Foreman's career,
and a motor, power supplies and whatnot, they still had a charge on them from World War II.
That's amazing.
Yep, they did. They'll hold their charge forever. Okay, anyways, I won't keep you guys. It's an interesting conversation. I'm running 100 watts here. I'm putting
very briefly, because Oakland's money manager owes his money, so that's why he...
Okay, yeah, good signal from Mexico to here, so yeah, no problem. And that's a great story. Thanks for stopping by and saying that, because that's very that's amazing that they would be still energized to some degree.
Yes, they were. They warned you in the store to not put your hands on them. In those days, it was a laissez-faire kind of operation, but they would warn you. They would get these radios and more simple fake radios and whatnot. They would come in and you'd sell them off for parts, and you'd scrounge A07s out of them and 813s or whatever else they had. But they warned you that the capacitors still had a charge on them, and indeed they did.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we copy that for sure. And you're 15 over here in Big Bear City, Southern California. Where in Mexico are you?
I'm just north of Manzanillo. I'm running 100 watts at FT891, and I have an NFED half wave.
Okay, yeah, good copy here. The QTH near is that I would imagine that might be near Sonora, or would that be Chihuahua? Where are you?
I'm 220 kilometers south of Puerto Vallarta. Over.
Okay, yeah, QSO on that. So yeah, you're down there quite a ways there. So sounds
Yeah, I'm here. I'm doing some testing though. Oh. Could you go again? I'll check the meter.
John, I appreciate that. Okay, Alpha number 7 Alpha Alpha, portable X-ray Echo 1 / X-ray Echo 1, 1 2 3 4 5 5 4 3 2 1. 100 watts. I do an NZ operator.
Yeah, you're 100 watts. You are 2 S units above the noise here in San Francisco. You are about S7, and I'd give you about a 5 and 5. This is Kilo November 6, Tango Yankee Fox. Nice hearing you from Mexico, man.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the report on the signal. I did some work on the antenna today, so I do appreciate the report from 7 megahertz, and this is quite gratifying. Thank you very much. Okay, take care, guys. Good night. I'm getting a little tired. Yeah.
Testing audio 1 2.
For the fact. Talk to you later. Good night now, guys. VA7AA / X-ray Echo 1.
Okay, and where in Canada is your main QTH?
On Vancouver Island, near Nanaimo, north of Victoria.
Okay, real good. Okay, 7-3, and we'll catch you around the corner there. WA7CCA here in Big Bear.
Take care. I'm a permanent resident in Mexico. That's why I'm operating. I have residente permanente, an application for naturalized citizenship. So no problem with the rate tonight.
Hey, yeah, hope to hear you on again there. And, you're getting out well. 7-3.
Good night.
Yeah, good night. For 100 watts and NFED, it's doing great.
73 is N6MUD.
Thanks, MU6M, Mike, Uniform Delta. You are 5 and 8 to 5 and 9. Pretty nice signal here on the FT891.
Roger that. Appreciate it. Have a good evening out there. Stay cool.
Good night. Thank you.
Yeah, 7.3, that 100 watts is doing great.
Yeah, I like the NFED, radiation, but I don't like the common mode that's prevalent coming back down the transmission line on, those antennas. They're just that really. I have a tough time with that because you have to take really, really extraordinary to make sure that you don't get a bunch of RF, especially at higher powers.
Yeah, I think that's what some people fail to understand or think of, and then they put up their NFED, they get an amplifier, and they don't get hoax, they don't get ferrites, and then they wonder why everything's going all haywire, and that's why.
Yeah, my 9-to-1 does pretty well at legal limit there, but it's not an NFED half wave, it's a 9-to-1.
Yeah, anyway, the band's going long, Craig. I can hear you fine. Do you still hear me a little bit?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you fine. You're about an S8 mark, but a far cry from the 15, 20, 25 over 9. You've been all night there, Eva.
Yeah. Well, that's what you can expect here on this band. But John is still hanging in here very, very well because we're at least around 400 miles. And you and me are what? I think we're probably 100 miles. So there's 4 times the distance.
Well, I'm looking at John's stream, and you're S9 plus 20, man. You're S9 plus 20 on the stream there, so you're banging in really well down there, or up there in San Francisco.
And what are you seeing on your signal there?
Yeah, let me do a test here. N6 MUD testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like I'm doing about an actually about maybe 10 over 9. 10 over 9.
Okay, well that makes sense. So yeah, you're going to be stronger there than you are here for the conditions.
Yeah, but it goes to show you that antenna of yours, man, it does really well. You're at least 10 dB stronger than me there, Mark. Over.
Yeah, but things are getting weird here. You can't, I wouldn't take any of that to heart at all. I'm maybe on a, we got a different angle, different skip condition and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I would check it around, 5 o'clock if John still has that up. And I haven't even logged into it to see that, but I look forward to doing that. And I don't know if he's going to keep it up all the time or what, but yeah, we'll get it set up so we can click on it and check it out. But haven't had the chance to do it tonight.
Yeah. Well, I am trying to have it going every day at least. So if you want to check out 40 meters during the day, you can take a look. I don't know about 24 hours a day. I suppose I could, but where would I park it,
I'll park it right here on this frequency, and then, of course, you can, maybe feed it with, what is it called, the R-Spy?
Yeah, that's true. I could do that. Because I probably wouldn't want to leave the amp and stuff on. Which is doable. I do have that Air Spy, and that gives you a nice big broad view anyway, so I'll experiment with it. But the link I sent you should, whenever you click that link, it'll take you to the latest current stream if there is one. Otherwise, you can check the history back for a day or two. But I think half the fun is checking it out live.
Okay, I'm going to check it right now. Let me see here. Let me find everything. One thing I can't get my links in the down in the what do you call it? Not the notification area, the taskbar. Yeah, I can't get internet links in there under Windows 11, which is quite irritating because I could do it right now. So I have to go and get out of here. Oh, that didn't work. I have split screen. I'm running multiple monitors off of this, so surprise, surprise.
Yeah, I'm running multiple monitors as well. I can make links a shortcut on the desktop, but I cannot pin them to the taskbar.
Now, there is a way of doing that, but I didn't follow through on it. There's a hack to do that that I had ran across, but I had to jump through all these different things in order to make it happen, and it wasn't. I ran out of time.
Yeah, no, I understand. And it's kind of a pain in the butt to have to figure that out anyway, so I get it.
So I just make mine a favorite on the toolbar of the browser, so that way when I open up the browser, it's right there.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Hey, but John, if you put the other SDR receiver on the stream, you're gonna have to be really careful when you transmit on your nano or whatever, that it doesn't overload the receiver right on the other radio.
Yeah, that's why I probably wouldn't do it that way. And if I did, it would be off an antenna switch, so that I switched one receiver off when I went to the other. I mean, I think what I would rather do, like, I like having the stream going when I'm working the radio, right? And then outside of those hours, usually what I do is I turn on the SDR that's publicly accessible, so you can connect, and there can be multiple receivers, you know, just like the Kiwi, right? I've got basically my own Kiwi. And yeah, then you can have it up in your browser. You can go to whatever frequency you want, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's kind of cool if it'll do that. That's nice. So you have your own SDR that people can actually use independently and that. But honestly, man, for what we're doing here, having this just on the 199 and having us to be able to like look at our signal and look at the waterfall and compare receiving from your radio to our radio, it's a pretty valuable tool to have, man. It's real nice.
Yeah, right on. Well,
and it's awesome. It looks really nice.
It's good. Right?
Oh, okay. I saw the noise floor go up.
Yeah.
Okay. On your VU meter, how did you get the black background on that? Because mine's white.
Are you talking about the S meter?
Yeah, the analog S meter.
Yeah, that is a setting. If you dig in there, let's see. That is container 4. I think. Yeah. Right here, this one. So I think yours is probably in this mode. And then I like it like this.
Okay, that was too fast. It came off the screen too quickly.
Yeah, okay. So setup, and then appearance, multimeters, and then just click on the meter itself, right, which is this one, the anon multimeter, and make sure you have dark mode enabled.
Okay, let's see, I'm in setup and multimeters. I think I am. Where am I here? Oh, there it is, multimeters. And then after that, what is it?
You gotta find the right container that has a non-multimeter in it. So on this drop down, you might have different containers. So find whichever one has the multimeter.
Yeah, I just have container 1, 2, and 3.
Okay. Yeah, so find the one that's got the multimeter.
Oh, okay. Let's 1. So I'll click on it.
Yeah. And then once you have it selected, look for dark mode right above the power setting.
Let's see. I can't find power setting. Oh, there it is. Oh, there it is. Got it.
All right, good. And then while you're in there, make sure signal average is checked.
I just closed out. I gotta go back in.
Never fails. It it always ends up that way.
Yeah, signal averages check.
All right, good deal.
Thanks so much, and it makes a nice. It kind of like brings everything together. Changing that.
Yeah, I think so. I do pretty much all dark theme stuff here, so it's what works for me, you know.
Yeah, because mine was white. It was, I moved that off of the main screen. I was blocking my regular RX meter stuff. I moved it over there. Plenty of room because my screens are large enough to do that. And that makes everything coordinated.
Yeah, it's great. Also, man, I'm getting like 20 dB of gain out of this amp. It's bonkers. I mean, it's great.
Well, those LD MOS devices are rated, I believe, for 1400. No, wait a minute. They're 1400 watt devices, correct?
Actually, I think they are 1700 watt devices each, so 3400 total.
Oh, really? Okay. Maybe that the information I have is old and they upgraded. I don't know. But I was thinking 1400 times 2, which would be 2800. That's what I thought they were.
No, I just looked it up. Actually, they are BLF 189 XRB, and they are 1900 watts each.
Well, I think that exceeds the rating of the KPA 1500.
I think so. Okay.
I'm going to have to go back and look, because I think I read on the RF Kit website or wherever the information is that they were using a different device. You think that might be possible?
Yeah, they are. So the KPA 1500 is using the BLF 188XR, right? And it's got 2 of them. And then the RF Kit has 2 BLF 189XRB.
Yeah. Which that's 100 watts a piece difference in the rating, isn't it?
I think it's more than that. Let's see. BLF 189 XRB is 1900, and then BLF 188 XR is 1400.
Oh my. Well, that's amazing.
Yeah, wow. So that's 500 watts a piece difference.
Yeah, and a savings of $2,000.
How much is that? Well, no, you don't have to tell me. I think I got it here. Okay, so it is a 1500 watt difference. I'm sorry, $1,500.
Well, it's more than that because of tax and shipping.
Yeah, maybe. Helicraft price list shows $69.49, free shipping. So you probably still got to pay tax on that. And then the RF kit is $54.90. So that's $1,440 difference.
And you don't pay tax on the RF kit.
True. Which I don't understand how that works, but yes, that is true.
Because it's shipping to you from Germany.
Oh, yeah, okay, got it.
Yeah, so there you have it, and so that's another $500, and there's your 2,000 difference.
Absolutely, yeah. Now, you know, how well engineered is the KPA 1500?
Oh, it's well engineered, and yeah, it's pretty much bulletproof. But yeah, it has its flaws, as we discussed. You know, it's good, you know, but you know, the main thing about it is it won't blow up because of all the protection. So yeah, with all these amplifiers, solid state ones, you know, that's why I put protection at number one, because nobody wants to have their solid state devices, you know, fail. That's unacceptable.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. You know, I would trade or posit that like the KPA is probably better engineered than the RF kit. I suspect it's quite a bit louder. But taken as a system, I think it's going to be a little bit more elegant. The RF kit feels like a kit. Even fully assembled, it feels like a kit.
Oh yeah, and it's got, you know, I looked at the pink circuit boards. You know, I got it when I first looked at it. I said, yeah, you're not paying for quality construction. You're paying for you know, just value and those other things, and that's fine. And so, you know, I could see. I can see where they were at there with all the stuff, but yeah, I mean, you look at all the features and all the functions, and then you compare it to what's inside the KPA. Yeah, it's just like, you know, comparing it to the Flex amp, the the Genius. All these companies have these funny names for their amps. So they think they're genius, and the other ones think they're experts. And okay, all right. Well, there's a clue right there, right? But anyhow, yeah, it's it's a good amp. You know, and I have no complaints except I notice you know, there's a power fold back, as I mentioned, with the KPA. So that probably keeps the fans from revving up too loud or whatever, but it's well cooled, and yeah, you could put the power supply on the floor and just make sure that you don't have too long of DC cables, because the DC supply is separate from that chassis. And you know, I mean, all these amps are good for certain applications, and I really don't have a complaint with any of them. You know, as long as they're reliable, and you know, they got you know, really good IMD. You know, I mean, what else? You know, maybe some remote capability, and you know, you can demand everything in the world on, you know, what you want to have in your amplifier.
Yeah, this is a good topic too. You know, I think maybe unrealistically, like I was expecting for the money, like a little bit nicer case. Like whoever drilled the screw holes in the outer shell must have been blind, and like whoever put the screws in, I mean, it's just not that nicely constructed, right? Like the screw holes are kind of cattywampus, and somebody put in a screw kind of cockeyed. You know, the cover holes that the screws go in hasn't been drilled out large enough so that the screws bind up when you're putting the thing on. And then the display on mine is just like an Amazon 7-inch Raspberry Pi screen, you know, and the quality sucks. So like when the amp is in arm's reach, just barely outside arm's reach, and it's a little bit lower than my eye line, and the viewing angle on the LCD is pretty poor. So everything kind of washes out if you are above the LCD. If you get below the LCD, it's fine. So who knows? Maybe I'll get in there and try and flip the screen or change it out. And then the fans tick a little bit, which is a little bit annoying if you're sitting next to it, But as far as the connectivity goes and having some documentation and stuff, yeah, it is probably one of the better documented ones out there. I wish for the money that you got a little bit more out of it, but it is what it is. And at the end of the day, I'm going to keep it. I like it. So that's all that really matters.
Yeah, copy that. And yeah, that's, yeah, I would agree. Yeah, it's excellent. Sounding, I'll tell you, you and Craig having them and me doing a little bit of research. And yeah, I think, I was saying the cost of it hasn't gone up since that maybe the QST article, but everything else it seems like in amplifier land had gone up tremendously. Yeah, so yeah, this amplifier here is I could sell it for the exact same price I paid for it 2 years ago, so it's a good investment to have. Not that I'm going to sell it. I like it, I'll keep it here obviously, but yeah, so for that amplifier, you have to kind of weigh all the differences and the capabilities. Is there $2,000 worth of difference between the two? And I think that was a pretty steep price that they raised it almost between 15 and 20% since I got this one, which was not that long ago. And I said, I don't think so. I think this was I think I paid the max for this already, so I'm not going to go back and do it again.
Yeah. I think I would still like to use a Power Genius, the PGXL. I love having gear that's like super nicely built, to like a commercial standard or whatever, and that's not always practical, but on one hand I want gear that's like ultra reliable, it's going to run all the time, high duty cycle, low duty cycle, doesn't matter, it's just going to sit there and do what I want it to do. And on the other hand, sometimes I want an amp that, well, I can like muck around with. And that's what this one's good for. So you're absolutely right. You gotta take the good with the bad. I just wish there were more like reasonable discussions, written somewhere. Like the reason I worked up that report for the RF kit and the Mercury is because I couldn't find another one that was done the way I wanted, with hard numbers. Like, give me the real data, give me the positives and the negatives, and then let me decide, right?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it's hard getting information. It's just going to be a continuous progression towards that, I think. There's fewer and fewer real engineers in the world, I think. That's the problem. But yeah, you could take that. I wouldn't have I don't have a problem with taking out an electric drill and drilling a hole in the panel to put something in there with a lot of the stuff. Back in the day, you would think, oh yeah, you don't want to do that because it's going to reduce its value or whatever. But with some of the stuff, it doesn't really matter anymore because, you can go in. In fact, even with the Flex Genius, you can probably go in there and put in a QSK circuit. You could probably find one from some of the other gear that you can actually get in there. Maybe not. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that is so integrated. It's very difficult to adapt to. Very difficult even, physically, space-wise to fit it in there or whatever. But you have to look at that, make an improvement. But, for some of the stuff, if you wait long enough, they'll probably make all those changes from the manufacturing end.
Yeah, that's true. And I'm not even an engineer, really. Like, I'm not an RF engineer. I do computers. So, I don't know. Like, I hate that. It's like a pet peeve sometimes when I talk numbers and people are, well, I'm not an engineer, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, it shouldn't matter. Like, you're doing this, you're doing the radio thing, figure it out.
No, I mean, that just describes, your line of expertise. And it doesn't mean anything beyond that, in my view. But, anyway, you go in there and, work on the stuff and, that's a good term, engineering, re-engineering, or all that kind of stuff. There's no problem with that at all. But, the problem I have with that term is the professional registered engineers. Okay, so that's a state thing. As you know, you go in, get your PE license, and that's supposed to give you more credibility.
Yeah. And that's it. It's like a PE, right? Anyways, I guess more so what I'm lamenting is the loss of attention to detail in not just radio, but in a lot of stuff, and that's true. Well, crap. That's true in a lot of stuff. So I don't know. I guess that's just how it is these days.
Yeah, that's true. And I'm here. I still have your live stream up on the other monitor, and I'm looking at it. And it looks set up really nicely to see a lot of different aspects. And that's great that you imported the RF kit stuff in. I see that. I recognize the antenna tuner stuff and that display in the upper left-hand corner. That's cool.
Yeah. Which is pretty cool, I think. Just on the RF kit for a second, I was reading the specs and it says, I think it said somewhere that it was a peak reading meter. And then I tested it and I'm like, I don't think this is a peak reading meter. At least mine isn't. And I was like, is something broken with this? What's the deal? It's not a peak reading meter today, but maybe it will become one. Given that it's all software, I think the goal is to make that work at some point.
Yeah, and as it goes across the network, you don't have the frames per second resolution, or what do you? There's a better way of describing that. The activity, the responsiveness. You can see it. It's not. You're not going to get true peak reading anything unless you have enough unless it's like kind of like riding on a sine wave.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's pretty quick. Like I'll do a CW tone real quick. You'll see. It's just as fast as my wave node. So there's opportunity, I think, to change the software, and they just need a better algorithm. I know they're planning on doing that for the tuner as well at some point.
Yeah, and I was looking at the tuner, and yeah, the tuner is a major. It's a major feat because it uses relays in there, obviously, to change stuff. And I just I always worry about burning something up in the tuner more than the amplifier when you get these these amplifiers that have the built-in tuners. And the other gripe I have about the built-in tuner and these amplifiers is I can't insert any instruments in the path easily without modifying everything. There's no. There should be probably like a patch cable coming out of the back of the amplifier going back in to the input of the antenna tuner, so you can put in metering.
Yeah. There might be. Actually, I think there might be an interconnect that might let you do that, now that I think about it.
Yeah, because like if you have like an LP700 station monitor, or you want to put in some sort of monitoring in it, you want to look immediately right out of the output of the amplifier. You don't want to have to look at it through the output out of the antenna tuner.
Yeah, I mean that's absolutely true. The wave node is basically the same as the LP, and the readings vary a little bit. Actually, that was kind of a source of disagreement between me and Reinhard, is that this meter is not that old and it's calibrated to a NIST traceable standard. And even into a dummy load, it disagrees with the amp a little. But, the metering, I guess, on the amp, the intent, I guess, is for it to be good enough to replace, whatever you need to get from that. And I'm not quite sold there, but we'll see.
Yeah. And, it's like people like you and others, and, that keeps these people, trying to improve the product, which is excellent. That's a great service and so forth to the community. Anyway, when I got this amplifier here, and my trapezoidal, I monitor the the envelope plus the trapezoidal, and the LP700 allows you to display both in one display, which is really awesome. But yeah, you can't get a whole lot of magnification, and you can't really look to see exactly what the geometry is, but it looks pretty flat. Ramping up in the trapezoid, and of course you don't need much of that resolution with the envelope at all. You can always see flat topping or whatever a lot easier. But the trapezoid is, you need to really look carefully on all that stuff, and you can expand it. You can turn off that and make that big screen, total trapezoid too. So yeah, it's a fun thing to play with. Yeah, and none of this stuff. I mean, all of it has to be checked and calibrated. You really have to look at make sure that you, depending upon what you. For this one, and I think you want to match your power to the proper size coupler because it's deviation off of any. That would make sense with anything, I think. But yeah, I put a 5 kW in there. I didn't like the response, and because I don't run 5 kW on ham radio, obviously. But wanted to have that just in case, so I got one of those couplers to evaluate. It's pretty interesting findings at times. You never know what you're going to see.
Yep, that is true. If you look on the thing here, I brought up the modulation analyzer that the wave node has. Now, it's not super great, but I think it's okay. It's enough for me to see if I'm splattering and what the modulation looks like. And of course, now I'm doing ESSB, and we see with the average going, it's actually pretty good. It kind of catches that out to 5K, and then it's got the roll off. Of course, it looks better with other tones, but it's a quick little thing, and they've developed some sort of test tone that will show you that. But I hear you on the trapezoid. For me now, with pure signal and pure signal wrapped around the amplifier, I think I've kind of become of the mind that let me arrange this properly. What happened here? That with the pure signal doing basically full-time active, closed loop feedback, showing me the linearity of the amplifier. That's this, you might recognize this gain curve. I've kind of gone by the wayside on doing actual trapezoids.
Contact?
Yeah, okay, Roger on that. And I see that display that you had up and running there.
Hey, John,
5K, you were down minus 15 nominally. Yeah, that. Anyway, that gives you, I guess another way of looking at that for sure. So, even on your display, I'm looking at my signal right now, and I do see. Let's see, what's my RF level is about an S8, 8.5 or whatever. I am seeing. I think you just changed something, didn't you? Yeah, you just zoomed out, didn't you?
No, I zoomed in. Because I was looking back, and I don't really think I saw any hair or anything. I mean, when you were 30 over a second ago, I was, but I'm not now.
W6TV, how about
Oh, okay. Yeah. Now I see a bunch of stuff changing. So, okay. Anyhow, looks okay. Pretty straight up and down, and I should be in the minus 60, I think, still. I don't know. So if it sounds good and it works good, and while you have that up, I'm gonna just flip through some of these. Oh, wait a minute, I'm still on 4K here. Let me go out to 5K. I don't know how that got changed. Okay, let me see if that changed, or I'm transmitting 5K now. Okay, I saw that switch over. So okay, it looks like my energy distribution at your end, which is I think a little bit more helpful than what I'm seeing here. saturating everything, perhaps. I do see a pretty good distribution at the signal level there. Yeah, not a strong signal for S8, S9. Looks like I'm filling out as best as I can.
Yeah. You were doing really good. Like I said, like a couple minutes ago, you were like 30 over, just booming in. And then the band shifted a little. But the power distribution looks really good. I would be very curious if you're actually getting minus 60 with pure signal on, because like on this amp with pure signal on at legal limit, maybe minus 50 tops, and that's probably pushing it a little bit. Anyways, there was a breaker there, W6 CVA, I think. Pick it up, I guess. Go ahead. Roger, are you in there? Okay, never mind. Someone came in and talked over you a couple times, so.
Yeah, the other station, go ahead. I don't hear him.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know what happened there. Yeah, oh well. Whatever. Not a big deal. Man, I want that pure signal to be front and center. I guess we'll work on it. Anyways, yeah, I think it's really nice to see your signal on another receiver, especially another receiver that's got like, you know, it's nice and sharp. There's a lot of detail in the waterfall and stuff. Because sometimes it's like the bone I got to pick on the SDRs is like I can hear myself, but sometimes I want to actually see it, you know.
Yeah, Roger on that. Yeah, we're losing the band a little bit here now, but yeah, I mean it's great to have that, and yeah, thanks so much for including me to be able to view all that stuff, John. You know, I can't tell you how much I appreciate it, because I'm a technical geek here. I like that stuff. What can I tell you? But yeah, it's just you know, amazing to be able to share all of our experiences and information here among ourselves and discuss things. And hey, whether we agree with that or not, it you know, at least we're able to discuss it, and that's so important. And yeah, you know, about engineers. You'll call them just technical people. I'll call them engineers, and maybe, and I don't know. It's just nice to be able to, you know, say this or say that, and say, oh, hey, I didn't know that, and the other person say, hey, well, I didn't know that either. So it makes for a, you know, real synergistic type of conversation, which has obvious benefits, you know. But anyway, I think I'm going to get out of here for the evening, and sure enjoyed the conversations with everyone here tonight. What a great group, and hopefully I'll be back here at some point in time, and we'll chime in, and yeah, we'll let you know what's going on here, and with the development of you know, the other QTH. Try to get thesis going over there at some point in time. But hey, what I had to do is stop everything, you know, because over there, you know, it's just it's really hostile radio territory. You're going to get all your equipment destroyed if you don't know what you're doing. And if you don't go and fix it, yeah, it's going to keep happening all the time. But so that was my primary objective, is to protect everything so it keeps running and everything is reliable. Reliability is number one. It is. And I think every engineering person would agree. If you don't have reliability, what do you have? Nothing else counts, really. So, we're going to get out of here, and I'm rambling on and long-winded, I know, but that's that's just me. Sorry about that. A WA7CCA. Back to you, John.
Yeah, no apologies required. We're all allowed to be a little long-winded. In fact, those are the overs I usually enjoy the most, honestly. I love talking some tech, talking some specifics. The topics wander all over the place, but it's all with a usually pretty good technical bent. And I think it adds a lot of value. If no one's pushing, right, nothing gets better. And at the end of the day, that's what it's about. Like, trying to do things better, learn more. Who knows, maybe in 5 years' time I'll be building amplifiers, or who knows what I'll be doing. Or anyone for that matter. Like on the Anons and Hermes and Thetis, we yak about it a lot, but I think it's getting people interested in it, and I've heard more and more stations getting on the air. I mean, what a wonderful piece of gear for $400. You can have such a great experience. I mean, when I got into this, I wish I knew about it, because I definitely would have bought one right away instead of wasting money on a ICOM and then a Kenwood and trying Yaesus and all this. I just would have gone straight for it. But that's how it goes. And yeah, I'm hoping that with the stream, it's kind of a similar story, just reach a little bit wider audience, maybe get some people interested in HF. There's a whole crowd of hams out there that don't do HF at all. Maybe don't even talk on the air all that much, but they're into doing software, or like LoRa, some other amateur allocations above UHF. Just exploring the spectrum from a different perspective, and I think there's a pretty substantial crossover between those people and like the cybersecurity folks. And so that's part of the goal. Doing this is look, it can be all computers and all digital and sound great at the same time. So yeah, we'll see. Nice chatting with you, and send it back to you, and we'll see what happens. WA7CCA, KN6TYF.
Okay, John, real good, and we'll catch you tomorrow. We're around the corner, and sure enjoyed it, and thanks for all the help that you've assisted with not just me, but everybody else here. It's well recognized, and we thank you from the bottom of our hearts. So, not to sound that squishy, but no, we really appreciate what you do, and it's sure wonderful having all the support that is provided here among all the people here. It's just a wonderful community, and I think a lot of people recognize that over time, and everybody who's here already knows that. So anyhow, we'll say 7-3. Have a great evening, and we'll catch you next time. WA7CCA off and clear from Big Bear City.
Yeah, 7-3. KN6TYF.
Whiskey 6 Charlie Victor up, radar check for Kilo November 6 CYF.
Hey, Roger, how's it going?
Hey, I found my problem. I found out why I wasn't getting out.
Oh, what's that?
Well, the Palomar unknown box, which was fine, there's 2 wires that I use as jumpers from the ground to the ground of the base of the antenna base, and then the positive from the center lead, which is the hot lead, going to the center of the tubing for transmit. The wire somehow got kinked or pinched, and then it was overheated in that one spot, so I replaced it with a brand new wire. I think it was a total downtime, maybe less than an hour since you heard me last.
Yeah, I think it was probably less than that. It's a good finding. You know, it's always it's always good when we find our little spots like that.
So anyway, I want to let you know that I'm back on the air and everything seems to be working fine. And I guess I'll catch up with you later. But thank you for letting me know there was a problem.
Yeah, good. I could maybe. I think you were in there earlier, but I was just barely hearing you. So glad it's working out.
You can hear me now, right?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Alright, yeah, it's kind of got, now I got the 5F units and noise as you mentioned. I was having 0, probably because I wasn't getting a good connection. But anyway, I took off that 10 gauge 12 volt wire and put a silver strand 14 gauge wire up there, so I think that'll be a much better standing.
Yep, absolutely. I'm just kind of sitting around doing a little bit of work, so I'm not going to stay on the radio too long, but just heard you come back, so I thought I'd let you know that it's working.
Alright, roger that. I'm using the Kenwood TS130 with the Heathcat SB220, so I got almost a 1 kW pumping out.
Yeah, real good. What do you think about that 922?
I'm sorry, you're kind of faded it there. What was that?
What do you think about the 922, the other amp? The Kenwood amp? Well, I guess the conditions are shifting.
You kind of QRP in there. You kind of faded off into the noise level. You were really strong earlier.
Yeah, I'm running legal limit here, so not sure what the deal is with that.
My trailer tomorrow night at my trip.
Check.
Maybe I'll try to make contact down there.
All right, sounds good. QSL 7-3, man.
Yeah, I've got a Tesla Model Y myself right now, and that is a fantastic car. We just love that car. We've driven it clear across the country more than once.
Yeah, that's one of the local guys up here is like, hey, if you're hanging a doublet, hang two and put them 90 degrees. And I wished I had taken that advice. I have a hard time getting to the East Coast with my current orientation.
With that thing. Talking about one of my friends from back in the 60s was Dave Glosson,